to Kick and talked about Kick a little bit, and I was going to comment on this and go through it.
All right, look, we had a lot of conversations with them.
With Kick, he's
Bro,
with Kick.
They're not trying to compete. They're not trying to do nothing right now, y'all. I'm being honest with y'all. If you somebody who was planning on doing anything with them, bro, if you somebody big, they not trying to really do what they did in the past, like giving deals or nothing.
Yeah.
They want people to come over there and like stream 100 hours or something. I don't know. They want niggas to stream 100 hours a month. That's not even possible for me. I gotta do YouTube. I got other shit I gotta do. And that's not organic at all to me, bro. So they want niggas who like got that 9 to 5 streaming vibe. Mm-hmm. Sometimes that shit feel draggy as hell. After a while, it's like, bro, it's time to end that shit. But all the streamers that's over there, no disrespect to none of them. I mean, they perfectly fine. Mm-hmm. But with Kick, they sold the fucking bag, yo. They sold bad. The higher ups, the CEOs, they ain't offering nothing.
He's not totally wrong.
Well, I think he's right.
They perfectly fine with what they have.
Oh yeah, they're good.
The people that's already over there, Amaranth, for all them, bro, they already paid. But everybody else, this is the reason why they haven't got nobody new in a long time. They don't offer shit. These other platforms, they was trying to get me to stop streaming on Twitch, period.
Yep.
And they wanted me to just stream with them. I'm not leaving Twitch, bruh.
That's smart. He shouldn't.
I just wanted to see somewhere like a backup plan just in case if I keep getting banned, I can still go live.
Yeah, definitely. That's smart. That's what you should do. So he's actually right. And I said this is what they told me too, and I think it's a safer and more sustainable model than large upfront payments. Consider how many people treated a platform deal as a retirement plan. When incentives align, everyone wins. So this is the reality, is that, like, basically, like, I can get why he feels this way, and I understand that, but he has to look at it from Kick's perspective. Like, I mean, remember, what was it? Let me see if I can find it. Where's the video clip of this?
Made some bad business deals in the past. But
yes, okay. Solomonati, that's actually, like, literally why, like, they don't give deals anymore. I'm not even joking, because I ain't gonna lie, Sapnap fucked it up, bro. Sapnap fucked it up, bro. He fucked it up for everyone, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I don't give a fuck. He did, bro. He fucked it up for everyone. I ain't gonna lie. That motherfucker signed a multi-million-dollar deal and pulled up 500 viewers, bro. I'm not like, bro, like, what the fuck, bro?
Made some bad.
That's why they don't do that anymore.
Bro, that's deleting money on the level that, like, that's like Ubisoft level deleting money. That might be even worse than that. I don't know if you covered it yesterday. I'll go through. I can't show the revenue right now because I'm not able to. But whenever it's updated and everything, I can show you guys how much I made. Right, definitely. And you made that return in 30 years. Yeah. And so millions. Yeah, actual exit scam. So how many of y'all, I think since the idea of Solomonati took 5 years off, the idea of streaming 100 hours a month is crazy to him right now. I like Solomonati. Like, this isn't a situation where, like, he's wrong or anything like this. But, like, I do think that Kick is making the right decision by not paying people massive amounts of money. Because this is, how many streamers do you guys know that as soon as they make enough money to where they feel like they're comfortable, they just immediately basically soft retire? Like, they stop giving a fuck. They stop trying to, they stop going live as regularly. They don't put as much effort into their content. They're lazy, right? They're fucking they get fat and lazy.
Yep.
And you don't want that. Nobody wants that. And so the reality is that you shouldn't be trying, you complacent, yes. You don't want to give people a retirement plan, because when you give people a retirement plan, some of them retire. That's what happens.
Back.
And so also deals can go wrong. Yeah, sure. But, like, that's very different, right? His deal is very different. Is that, like, oh, no, I'm not saying any individual, right? I'm not trying to call out an individual. You guys know I would never do that. But my point, well, I mean, I just did with Snap now. But, like, I mean, again, if you are Kick and you signed a multi-million-dollar deal with what you thought was a clouded Minecrafter, and he goes live to 500 viewers, you just take one of these, you just get one of these, just, tearing this shit up. Oh, wow. Just don't need these anymore. We're going to get rid of all these. Yep. That's it. All right. Well, put that in the garbage. Yep. You played yourself. Yes, clearly. And oh my fucking God, stop. You can't do that. Why? It says motion picture use only. Is that America? Oh, I guess maybe it is, because those are the people that did the moon landing, right? So, yeah, it must be the government. And so, anyway, yeah. Guys, by the way, do you actually think that I would tear a $20 bill in half? Like, I'm 34 years old. I remember when a $20 bill was my entire week's lunch. I'm not tearing a $20 bill in half in my life.
Yeah.
Absolutely fucking not. Like that's that. Yeah, bro. Like I'm too old to tear in half a $20 bill. Like it's just I could be a billionaire. I would not be tearing in half $20 bills. And it's not happening. And so anyway, stingy. Yeah. Well, no. Like I mean, for me, I feel like whenever you spend cash, I'm more stingy. Like I'm not trying to ball out whenever I have to actually hand it out. But if I'm using a card and it's like, oh, put it on the card, it's an abstract. I'm not thinking about it. So like, my best advice, I always say this to people, right? If you're having trouble spending money and being able to like organize your money and shit, fucking put it on a, get cash, use cash, and that'll do it. But anyway, I could go back and forth about this, but my point is that Kick is making the right decision with this. As much as I like Soul Illuminati, I don't think that Kick should start giving out big brand deals to people, to anybody, right? I mean, I didn't pursue that.
True.
I didn't get that. And the reason why is that it makes it to where Kick has nothing to gain and the streamer has nothing to gain for the content going well. So why would somebody keep putting in 100% effort if they're not getting a commission on that effort and they already got paid? That's it. There's no incentive, right? When incentives align, everyone wins. Yeah, and that's it. Streamers take themselves too seriously. Well, they don't deserve a deal to swap sites. It's deserved. What is this cat girl saying? What is this cat? It's not about deserve. I understand what you're saying. I get your point. But let's be fucking honest here, right? You don't deserve a fucking thing. You only deserve what you can get. You only earn what you can keep. That's it. That follows a cute little cat girl. Sure, people with a large audience will have zero issues rolling over. It just comes off of laziness and entitled to complain otherwise. Well, no, I mean, like, I have been offered, I guess I can say, I've been offered multiple very, very large deals. Very large deals to go to different platforms. I just didn't really take them because I didn't want to leave Twitch. All of the deals made me go and do things exclusively on another platform, and I thought that that would not be beneficial for me as a creator. Like, as again, like I think about my career.
Yeah, that would have totally shut you down.
Christ, I can't believe I said that. I think about streaming and what I do online. I feel much better just saying it that way. I think about this as this is like my whole life. I'm gonna do this my whole life. So why would I do something that would put me in a position that would be disadvantageous if I'm gonna just keep doing this forever? Like, why would I do this? Like, how is that in my benefit? And especially if I already have the money, right? It's one thing you need the money. I don't need the fucking money. Did you get an extra deal offer? Maybe. Maybe I did. You look at what Drama Alert just posted? Yeah, sure. I can look at it real quick. But yeah, and also, like, they do actually offer a big advantage, and I was gonna show this. Like, I don't want to go and and go into this, but like, listen to what Tectone said about it. Listen to this. Let's listen to Baldy here.
What the fuck? I've been streaming on Kick for 3.5 hours on my first stream.
He needs to turn that Gamer Subs bottle around to where it shows his fucking his cup. This is that's dumb. Like, even I have his cup. Yeah, he should turn this around so they can see it on stream if he's got the logo there.
And I've already made
what does it say?
$1,000 fucking dollars.
Wow.
In 3 hours.
That's like $300 an hour.
What the fuck? This is the greatest site to stream on that I have ever seen.
Holy shit.
Holy fuck, that is so much money.
So if he got that, I probably got a lot more.
What the fuck?
Yeah, bro. Like, well, I guess
that is.
I guess you know I did because it shut down my account.
Insane. Holy shit.
$2,000. I probably made about that much.
Damn.
Wow. And so yeah. Anyway, and so like you think about it, and like Soul Illuminati pulls in big numbers, right? He gets big numbers. So like if you go live and they pay you, let's say $5,000 a day, you go live 10 days, that's $50,000.
Oh,
you do that
shit.
10 times, that's $500,000. Yeah. And that's it. So just do that. Think about that. Yeah, is that on Kick? Right, exactly. And so like they might not be giving you a deal up front, but you got to think about the long-term advantages to it. That's really what it is. 2 to 3K. Yeah, imagine only making $2,000 to $3,000 a day. I mean, at that point, you might as well just go be a mailman. Yeah, I mean, that's bad. Imagine that. Imagine only making that much money. And so anyway, let's see here. Is just being greedy? No, I mean, like, I think that it's not about him being greedy or anything like that. It's just him. He saw what other people got, and he was hoping that it would be possible for him. But, I mean, again, he'd taken a break from the internet, probably hasn't been keeping up with everything, and so he might not have known everything that happened. And so it makes sense for him to feel this way. But, like, I'm just explaining it from my perspective and what I think makes sense. Can Kick sustain that model? I don't know. It's up to them. I don't give a fuck about their business. It's not my problem, right? I just want the check to clear. Like, what the fuck? I don't care. Like, yeah, was this business model working for them? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. The Paris, so this is in Paris?
Wesh! Wesh! Il y a une caméra au-dessus de lui, tu sais. Wesh!
Damn, bro, what the fuck? Oh my god, look at all this.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. So this guy, I love how the guy in the back stayed behind to light something on fire. Look at him.
Yeah.
He's like, wait a minute, guys, I gotta get my stuff before okay, yeah, I'm good. Oh my god, look at this. Jesus. Jesus. Let's see if there's any more of these. Bro, I'm not even kidding. The Nevrons in Expedition 33 didn't fuck up Paris this bad. This is insane.
Go there.
Really? Think about that. Oh my god. Not even New York compares to this? Yeah, this is nothing. Like, this is crazy. Let me see if I can find a few of these more. And if there's any of these other posts about the Paris riots. Because, yeah, people have been absolutely popping off and going fucking crazy about this. An actual fucking crash out. Literal fucking crash out in Paris. Wow. Jesus, guys. Yeah, and this is in Paris, France. Oh my God. That's a riot. Jesus. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Boom, bitch. Yep. Wow. Man, not a riot at all? Yep. These are the scenes of the Paris riots again? Dude. Spray him down. Oh my God. Jesus. And this happened a couple of days ago, too. So, yeah, this is a mostly peaceful protest, obviously, right? Holy shit. And this is the one that we saw before. I mean, this is super violent. Like, this is crazy, bro. Like, there's a bunch of people crowding around a car like this, and they bust out her window. Look at this. This is animal behavior. Oh my God. This shit is savage. Oh my God, yeah, drive through them. I mean, I wouldn't hold it against them, I'll tell you that. And, that's a picture. That's this is a good one. Damn, that's
just
a good
crazy.
One. Wow, cinema? Yeah. Like, you don't see a lot of them that are like this. This is for the history books? Yeah, yeah. AI could never. I mean, honestly, this could be AI. Like, I don't know, maybe it is. But 2 people, more than 400 cars were burned, 2 people were killed, 192 injured, including 22 police officers, 559 people arrested in Paris alone for rioting and looting. Oh my God. Jesus. How is this even something to celebrate? You tipped over the big thing with a bunch of stuff in it. What the hell are you doing?
They're gonna rush you.
Jesus. Bro. Bro, what? It's an ammo bin? Yeah. Oh my God. Well, this one seems mostly okay. This seems like a celebration.
Yeah, what?
Dude.
They put graffiti on the... What?
Oh, God.
Holy shit.
Oh, boy. Is it starting to make sense now why I think that the EU is going to elect a new Adolf pretty soon?
I believe it.
Somewhere in the EU, this is going to happen. This radicalizes so many people. It's going to be worse? I think so. I think it will be. I've been trying to talk about this, and everybody said that I was crazy, but I think that every single time that something like this happens, it becomes more obvious that this is probably what the next outcome is going to be. The only question that I have is that, is this by design? Is it by design that the people that are in charge of the government want to create a society that's created so much friction and unrest that people look to authoritarian regimes as a solution in order to play the long game to maintain and consolidate power? That's the big question. And I think the answer is yes and no. I think there's probably some people that see it that way, but other people that are just useful idiots.
Yeah, well, it's all by design.
Primarily, it's useful idiots. Oh, wow.
Very useful idiot.
Again, Expedition 33 Nevrons didn't even do this shit. This is bad. Wow. Jesus. Just why? I don't know. Bro, this is insane. This is really bad. Look at them all. What the fuck are they even saying? What are they saying? Baguette? Oh, yeah, that makes sense, because this is in... Look at all this. They're just... So basically what they're doing is they're dumping over, let me guess, in Paris, there are very large containers that people are supposed to put glass in, and these people are tipping them over as effectively ammo boxes. That's pretty much what's happening, right? Yes. It's a loot crate. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Okay, so the police officer's on fire. That's great. Yeah. Imagine thinking this isn't a riot. This is awful. Poor police? Yeah, I guess so. Does Macquarie make this a race issue? I think that these issues have been exacerbated by, like, massive, like, mass migration and, like, not vetting people and bringing in a bunch of people at the same time and then having them not integrate into society. But if you look at the actual crowd, it's very hard to say because, like, some people in this crowd are just celebrating maybe the football thing, but other people are being violent. And so a lot of these people are white. It's not like everybody here that's bad is like, everybody who's part of this is like black or something, or like brown skin. Like, you can clearly see that's not the case here. But a lot of them are wearing ski masks as well, so it's hard to say. It's mixed footage. Yeah, it's also mixed footage as well. But I do think that mass migration in Europe, like, I'm not a European, I don't really understand this, but I don't see how you can mass migrate this many people into your culture that don't even properly speak your language, they don't share your culture at all, and expect them to assimilate at this fast of a rate, especially whenever you're bringing them in with massive blocks. Like, I think that something like this works really well in the US, for example, right? Because, like, how many of you guys know, like, a very Americanized family that come from somewhere else in the world, right? Like, I know about, like, I don't know, 50. So, but the difference, though, is that, like, it's like one immigrant family who's coming into a culture of 50 Americans, right? But when you have 50 immigrant families coming into a culture of 50 of, like, whatever the other country is, I think that what happens is that they stick to themselves and they don't assimilate into the culture. I think that's what's clearly happening. This is from 2024. Yeah, no, there's a lot of this stuff. It's happened. It's been going on for years. Yeah. The wrong video? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, right? Like, this has been going on. Like, think about how bad this is, and then look at this here. 1998 versus 2025. I don't know if this photo is AI or not, but a lot of these are really bad. This year was way worse. Yeah, it actually has gotten worse. Let me see if I can find any more of these here, too. But, yeah, look at this. Here's some more images right here. Jesus. Like, did Thanos and, like, all of them... I feel like they didn't even fuck up New York City this bad. In Infinity War. Like, this is crazy. Okay, bro. No, but I'm being honest. That's not even bad. I feel like that's pretty bad. Let's see if I can find the rest of these here. And this is May 8th. During the riots... Wait, are there riots in Paris, like, every day now? This is last month?
Shit.
Oh my god. Man. I don't know what to say. Last time they won? Yeah, I don't know. And is this just what happens? And this is rioter draped a Palestinian flag. Guys, I know how to help Gaza. Let's beat up firefighters.
That'll do it.
What is wrong with these people?
Why?
Look at him. He's trying to choke out a firefighter. What are you doing? And then he's like, oh no, I'm not touching you. Look at his hands. You were just trying to choke him out 2 seconds ago. Oh my god. Riots in Paris, this is another one. I'm gonna be real, boys. This footage is wild. This shit is crazy. What the fuck? What is this?
Beating the shit out of that guy.
Oh my god, is this recent? Let me show you the date on it. May 31st. That's the date that it was uploaded. I don't know that's the date that it was recorded. I can't confirm that one way or another. But it's something like that. This is insane.
Brutality.
I mean, this is... What the fuck is this? Why?
His electric bike at him.
Why? Why? No, you had it. No, you had Riot in 1998. It's not new. Well, this is from a few days ago, or a couple of days ago, I think. This one is new. Oh my god. Jesus, this is insane. Oh my, wow. Stalker 2 map? This is the way that I feel about this. Let me see.
This is insane.
I straight up feel like I'm watching this music video. Doesn't it fit? It's actually happening.
And it's so empty.
That's crazy.
Yes. Fuck yes.
Goes hard? Yeah, it does. It does, right?
This shit goes real hard, yo. I think he's gonna pull out some hits. Pull out the good goods.
Is this Linkin Park? No, it's Nickelback.
No. No, not either. Neither. Fucking. It's Nickelback. Fucking green, bro.
What's wrong with these people?
No, it's
They're
just
just
moving down.
obnoxious, shitty, loud retards. That's it. And with no fear of the law because they think they're gonna get away with it.
It's just moving down.
Look at all these cars. Wow. They don't look like they're eating seeds. Well, they don't need to because they get government handouts. The government pays for them to come over here and do this. Because not doing that would be, that'd be evil. Is Iron Maiden? Yeah, if you arrest them, it's racist. Clearly. Let's see if I can find a few more of these. Death toll rises, 2 dead, 500 arrested, 400 cars set on fire. Oh,
Yo.
wow. Well, there we go, guys. Jesus.
Wow. Yeah, after that.
There it is. 500 arrested, yep. This new riot MMO is fire? No, this is the fire MMO. This is the fire MMO riot. Jesus, man, this is nuts. 500 is low? Yeah, I don't know. Let me see if I can find any more of these here. I had a good time in Paris. That's kind of whatever, but yeah. I'll watch like maybe a couple more of these and see what else is going on. Let me see. This is from a couple of days ago too. Wow. Oh man. Well,
Wild.
same as Riot? Yep, exactly. It's unsafe as fuck. Yeah. I don't know what the hell is going on over there. I really don't. But, you know, I guess that's, this is Paris now. Yep, this is the way Paris is. Wow. I don't really know what to say, but, that's where we're at. Shit is crazy nowadays. Now, yeah. I mean, I think this goes a little bit beyond like a football celebration, you know what I mean? That's a little bit above that, like just a little bit, right? Like, holy shit.
Yo, what the hell? I can't believe Paris is getting riots like that. I don't even know what to say.
Not only free Palestine yesterday, but he said in Israel. I mean, the state charges are one thing, but federal terrorism charges are probably going to happen as well.
Yep.
Meanwhile, you have CNN saying, you had some of their analysts and then Andrew McCabe getting on air as this is happening saying, why is the FBI saying there are terrorism charges here? Why?
This random fucking psycho shows up with Molotov cocktails to set Holocaust survivor Jews on fire and children and say spam free Palestine. And they're like, why are they saying this is terrorism? Well, wait a minute. Well, we're not sure what his motives are.
They're saying it's an act of terror. Well, the guy clearly said that he was targeting a certain group. He wanted to end the Jewish state. This is why they are saying, not only did the FBI say this, but the AG has said this, the governor has said it as well. And many people are wondering, when are we going to put an end to this? The same thing that he's saying, people are saying out on the streets, on college campuses, every single.
He knows, bro. He fucking knows. Thank God somebody is saying this shit. Yep. Here we go.
Yeah, the Israeli ambassador to the UN, Danny Danon, says this is not a political protester. This is a terrorist. Yeah. You had one witness, Alex Osante. He was eating lunch.
I mean, does anybody else think about the tremendous irony that this guy is throwing Molotov cocktails and setting Jewish children on fire, and the backdrop is a pride flag? I mean, this is like some kind of like fucking skit or something. Like some kind of like weird parody. At City Hall, yeah, what the fuck?
Inside, and he heard the screams outside, so he went out to help the victims. He said the attacker was vicious and aggressive with his Molotov cocktail weapons, but it seemed like a couple of others were actually on his side, arguing for him, which didn't make sense.
What? Who? How do you see some guy throw a Molotov cocktail and light a Holocaust survivor, 88, 89-year-old woman on fire, and then you're like, well, wait a minute. Well, why did he do that?
Hats off to the officers who made it there quickly so that they could arrest him. Dan Bongino, the FBI #2 there, said the leadership team is there on the ground with the FBI. The National Counterterrorism Center is there, according to Tulsi Gabbard, and local law enforcement is also investigating.
But here's the thing. Here illegally. Asked for asylum during the Biden years. They said no, but he kicked it out. Then somehow he gets a work visa to stay. Does anyone interview these people?
But Brian, it expired in March.
Yeah.
So he shouldn't be here.
Shouldn't have been extended to begin with. This is why Tom Hallman and what the military is doing at the border and upgrade border patrols.
Why didn't they just go get him? Like after like a month, they're like, hey man, you're supposed to show up, but you're still here. Yeah, you gotta go. Yeah, it's past time. Yeah, you gotta go.
Doing so matters as much
now.
too.
That's what
you gotta
do.
get these people who are breaking our laws. Stop telling me they belong in the community and they're one of us. They go to the blue states, the blue cities, where they can thrive, and in this case, attack.
Not just that, Brian, what Marco Rubio is doing with the visas as well at the State Department. If you don't love this country, if you're going to cause harm to people in this country, you got to go. Yeah. Let's bring in former Deputy Envoy Combat and
yeah, I think that's what they always should have done. I mean, like bringing in a bunch of random fucking foreign nationals that hate the country. Why the fuck would you do that? What other country would do that? It's retarded.
Semitism, Eli Kohanim onto the program. Eli, we want to get your general reactions to what's happening here, but
Britain?
A few questions about what's happening when it comes to the protest there. They're saying from the river to the sea. They're saying a global intifada, and they're saying free Palestine. What does that mean? Because these same people that are committing these acts of terrorism are saying those same chants.
They will be, the Free Palestine people will be forever lumped in with these actual terrorists because they refuse to condemn them. If you don't stop and cull your extremists, you will be defined by them. And that's what's happening to them right now, is that they are becoming defined by these extremists.
Lawrence, that's an excellent question, and I think that this latest heinous terror attack against Jewish Americans by this foreign national who burned Jews alive yesterday has to be a wake-up call for every American. I call upon all Americans to now stand up with your Jewish neighbors and friends and say enough is enough. We need
I'm gonna be honest, like, I don't give a fuck if they're Jewish or not. You're not supposed to set people on fire with Molotov cocktails. Anybody that thinks that's good, I want him out. You think that's a good idea, you're out. Nope, you're done. Get out. It's just that simple.
Face the facts that this so-called Free Palestine movement is in fact a pro-terror movement.
In the First Amendment, are Molotov cocktails in the First Amendment?
And we need to draw the line in the sand. There can be no longer any tolerance for this movement, which has left two Jews.
This is the problem, is that, like, I disagree with her on this. The idea that the entire Free Palestine movement is representative of a handful of terrorists is unfair, and it's disingenuous. But the problem is that there are enough people in the Free Palestine movement that will make excuses and try to hand wave and hide their accountability from this. And this is what I was saying before. If you don't control your extremists, you will be defined by them. And they actively, they do not, like, it's very easy. Like, for example, like, if you go back, like, when January 6th happened, I woke up and I remember that day so clearly. I ended my stream early, and I woke up, and I saw Hassan had 150,000 viewers. And I was like, oh, fuck, what happened now? And I pull it up, and I see January 6th happening. And that's what it was, right? And I was like, yeah, this is it. And I immediately tweet out, like, this is bad. It's bad. But you're better than a time, after a time you became pro-Israel? I never was pro-Israel. I've always been pro-America. Like that's always my viewpoint. That's what my viewpoint's been the entire time. I remember it clearly too. I fucking worked there. Yeah, there you go.
Left, 2 Jews dead in the last 10 days, and now again, wow. A Jew, a Holocaust survivor, is burned alive on American soil. This is just not America.
These are the people who are fighting against Nazis, by the way. These are the people calling you a Nazi. They're lighting Holocaust survivors on fire. I know. Couldn't have predicted that one, huh?
On our values. And to that point, you know, as you just mentioned, Mohammed Salman, the perpetrator, is an Egyptian national. He was let into our country by the Biden administration. And so the Biden administration's failed immigration policies are not victimless. In this case, it is Jewish Americans who are the victims. But let me remind everything, the hatred that starts with the Jews never ends with the Jews. And so truly all Americans are potential victims for these failed immigration policies.
Ellie, I've interviewed the lawyers for the hostage families. They have got a direct line between Iran, the Hamas, and these college kids on campus who are a lot of times in their late 20s and 30s. Like,
I would have never guessed. I'm so surprised. Wow. What a shock.
Mahmoud Khalil is 30 and graduated from graduate school. They don't pull him. Well, what are you doing? Number 2 is, this has got to be unwound. We can't just say, oh, this crazy guy came to New York, did something, came to D.C. or blew up Josh Shapiro's house and then just burned somebody alive in Boulder, Colorado. These are just crazy people. There is direct links. Right. And we're good at doing that. Ever since Al-Qaeda 9/11, we pulled back on that. We got to get back to that right now and start identifying the direct line.
Am I the only person that this language makes me uncomfortable? I don't want the Patriot Act Part 2. I don't want more surveillance. Right? And this is like, yeah, I don't want this at all. But that's what's going to happen if this keeps up. And I almost think, remember what I said before, is the government letting this happen so it can get bad enough that the people accept another Patriot Act?
Yes. No, that's what it did.
I don't know. I wish Kojima was here to make a new Metal Gear Solid. That way we would know. That would be great. Sure seems like a great plot.
To Gaza and Iran.
Exactly right, Brian. And look, this is part of what the Trump administration is doing in the short time that President Trump and the admin is now back in office. So what you're pointing to, Brian, is indeed the links between what's happening here on U.S. soil and foreign countries like the Islamic Republic of Iran. Look, under Biden, the DNI at that time Avril Lavigne came on the air and said that Iran was in fact funding some of the pro-terror, pro-Hamas movement on our campuses, and that
Hey, that don't look too good.
Perhaps unbeknownst to our American students, they were actually in touch with Iranian agents. So yes, this is absolutely correct that we've got foreign countries that are funding, perhaps organizing some of this activity.
They told the hostages that.
Yes.
They told them that in the tunnels.
That's
While
right.
they're being held, he says, we have links and we have supporters in America.
Somebody says 100 plus dead in Gaza, yet we're talking about 5 dead Jews being the end of the world. Our government's occupied. Who's it occupied by? Who's it occupied by? Guys, I know this might sound crazy, but it's possible to care about 2 things at the same time. Has it ever occurred to you that setting 5 Jews on fire makes it to where people aren't going to be as focused on the dead in Gaza because they've shifted the focus away to the violence that's happened to these people? Yep. Has it ever occurred to you that maybe you're making my argument for me, that this takes attention away from the actual victims?
Yep.
But you're never going to explain it because you know this is Boningo Zionist shill. This is another one, Holocaust survivor, that'll make them like 120 years old. 83. You are in your 40s. You're 41 years old probably. You can't do math? This is crazy. That's crazy, man. 41 years old, you can't fucking do math. Jesus.
Campuses, they told us that.
Yeah. Ellie, what's so disturbing about this is they were protesting. This group is called Run for Their Lives because that's what the hostages were trying to do. And they meet weekly to have these marches. They run and they walk, the organizers in particular.
Fucking idiot. Yeah, almost all of them are. The thing is that even like the people that should be calling this out first should be the pro-Palestine people. They should be the ones that are like ahead of the ball on this and like ahead of the curve and saying immediately, this person is insane, they're crazy, they don't represent us, we don't support this person's awful, we completely support the victims, and that's it, right? That's what they should be immediately doing, instantaneously.
Participants do, and they meet there in Boulder, Colorado, just to support getting these hostages out so that they can come home. And I thought last night when I was watching this breaking news, if I wanted to go to one of these marches, I might think twice now because I'm worried about copycats.
Well, that's exactly right, and that Ainsley.
Well, that's the goal of terrorism. That's why he did it. That's the point. Is they're trying to kill people that do it to scare people from doing it. That's the whole point. Congratulations, we've just defined terrorism.
Is what terrorism is. What terrorism does is that it aims to silence good people. It aims to scare all Americans from speaking up against this kind of hatred, for trying to bring attention to the plight of the hostages, which this group of Jewish Americans was doing yesterday. But look, we cannot let the terrorists win. We cannot let these foreign nationals who come onto our soil silence Americans and try to somehow impact our values. So we all need to stand with the Trump administration as they seek to deport the foreign nationals who are here illegally. We need the sanctuary city.
Not enough. Not enough. You need to be proactive. You need to be proactive, and you need to have these people going into these different areas and these spaces where these extremists are, and then catching these people and stopping them before they do this.
Yeah, you need to start doing
That's
your
the
research.
issue. Yeah, it's still not good enough.
Governors and mayors to wake up. This is a wake-up call, and stop these policies, because these policies are not victimless. Again, yesterday it was Jewish Americans. Tomorrow it can be anyone. Anyone in this country could be targeted by these illegals who are here. So I would say these Democrats have to just get out of the way and let the Trump administration succeed in the policies that they're trying to put forward.
Or use this as an opportunity to combine with.
Somebody says, I like you, and what the guy did should be punishable by death, but do you believe that anyone wanting peace supports this and like they planned and supported the attack? I think that enough people run defense for this that it looks like they do. That's the problem. I know that a lot of them don't support it, but I think that a lot of thought leaders inside of the pro-Palestine movement are afraid of calling out these bad actors because they don't want backlash from their extreme audience, right? Part of their audience. Like, they don't want to anger the 20% of people that are actually in favor of militancy. And so they just kind of, you know, are, yeah, that's crazy. Wow. Like, yeah, this is about it, right? And so, like, because, yeah, they don't want to say that and alienate part of their audience.
The Trump administration, Chuck Schumer, Jared Polis, Governor Shapiro. So how about a press conference with Trump officials saying, we got to stop this, right? Well,
Right,
what
exactly
would
right.
be the problem about doing that?
Well, yeah, I mean, that would be great if we could be bipartisan and really face
If they want to get rid of the extremism on the internet, they can just DM me on Twitter. Yeah, just DM me. And I could just fix it. It's not a big deal. Yeah, like, I'll tell you where it is. It's obvious where it is. Just DM me. It's impossible. It's easy. Yeah, it's fucking easy. Like, you could solve this problem in like a month. Like, straight up. Like, you actually could solve it in a month. Aren't you tired of them saying about Biden administration's fault 6 months in? I'm not even thinking about that. I think that's fair for you to say that. I don't see you say anything. Let me see if I can read your comment, because this is a disagreeer, I think. Let me see what you're saying. You are pro-USA, and that's right, but I don't see how you feel most of you react to Hamas wrong, which is fair. Well, because Hamas are the ones that are attacking and terrorizing people here in the U.S. Not really Hamas, but Hamas supporters. If the IDF was doing that, I would also be against it. I'm against AIPAC. I was critical of how everybody was jumping up, like clapping seals with like Benjamin Netanyahu coming and doing a speech here. The fact is, I see you avoid talking about the other side, even though for some reason someone inside the USA, because they're not actively terrorizing people. That's the reason why. Like, that's the big reason. If there is a Jewish person who went in and threw a Molotov cocktail at a bunch of pro-Palestine people, what do you think I would say? No, really, what do you think I would say about this? Yeah, well, anyway, like, I'll just go ahead and I'll answer, because I don't want to waste too much time on this bullshit, right? But in general, I would say immediately that it's evil and it's wrong and it's bad and it shouldn't be accepted at all, and the person should be sent to jail or deported if they're not from this country, right? I mean, like, it's literally that simple. So I mean, the entire premise that you're creating is totally a false premise. Sorry, delay. Yeah, no, it's okay, but like, no, the reason why I'm giving asymmetrical criticism is because there's asymmetrical actions. I've never said anything in favor of the IDF ever. I don't give a fuck about the IDF. And if I had a bunch of people here protesting and saying how great it was that the IDF was killing kids in Palestine, I'd say that they were disgusting. It's just not even a question. I know you stand. I'm not talking about that part. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. It's really that simple? Yeah, it is.
Facts that anti-Semitism, standing up to anti-Semitism should be bipartisan. I grew up in this country. I remember when that was the case. I remember when Democrats could stand up with the Jewish community and could stand with Israel. It's really sad to see how the Democrats have devolved to where they are today. Right. So I'm with you, Brian. I also
They haven't been devolved. They've been taken hostage. They have been taken hostage by the most extreme and most radical 20% or 10%. And they can't remove them without alienating the entire party. That's the issue.
Welcome Chuck Schumer to stand with President Trump and stand up against anti-Semitism. Yeah. We don't need any more tweets from Chuck Schumer. Yeah. We don't need him. We don't need him to write books. Exactly. We don't need prayers. Right, we need action from these Democrats. And the first thing they can do is stop their sanctuary city policies.
Yeah. And the second would be the college campuses.
Exactly right.
Thank you so much. And Ilhan Omar, if she would stand with Chuck Schumer and President Trump.
She's a lost
This is terrorist. This is violent. This is so violent. Someone was burned alive in America at a protest.
By the way, Umbrella.
Thank you, Ellie, for joining the program.
Thank you, Ellie.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
I guess we're going to find out what the umbrella is.
Not only free Palestine yesterday, but
Yeah, I think it's all a setup. And the government is pushing the boundaries. I trust nothing.
This is the tech demo for The Witcher 4.
Bro.
This just came out.
This is it. This came out today. Earlier today. Bro. I'm gonna watch it, but if Aspen's gonna watch it with us
Today, it already has almost 2 million views. This is huge.
Sheesh.
Damn.
This is a technological showcase set in the world of The Witcher 4.
Wow.
What you just saw and are going to see now is
Yeah,
running
looks
on
really
standard PlayStation 5 at 60 FPS with ray tracing. So in the game, you'll be playing as Ciri, a professional monster slayer, a witcher. She explores the world and hunts down monsters for coin. The region we are in is
That looks
called
really
Kovir,
nice. Holy
and you'll
shit.
get to explore it in a game. Right now,
Isn't it crazy The Witcher 3 came out over 10 years ago?
Ciri is investigating a monster, and after gathering new clues, she is heading back to a nearby village.
I don't know what it's
All
going
right,
to show
everyone?
at all. It's a tech
Meet
demo?
Kelpie.
Yeah, that's fine.
10 years ago?
Let weeds be weeds, Kelpie.
So, let me see how she looks. I feel like she's... Yeah, I mean, I think she's hot. Yep, definitely. Absolutely. Perfect.
Yep.
Kelpie.
Yep, she's hot. All right.
So just like Geralt had Roach, Ciri has her own loyal companion.
We return to town.
These two characters need to feel like one. Since you're gonna explore the world on horseback, riding needs to feel seamless, natural, and just fun.
Yeah, and to support that, we're introducing multi-character motion matching in Unreal.
What is this?
So Ciri and Kelpie, they're perfectly synchronized when mounting from any angle and speed.
Okay, that's
and
good.
we also support root motion movement on Kelpie, so controlling her feels realistic and grounded.
Yeah, this looks really good.
And there are also some really nice improvements to our Unreal Chaos Flesh Solver and these machine-learned deformations. So you've got realistic muscles moving and stretching under Kelpie's skin without compromising the performance
Impressive.
there.
Yeah. I've always felt like this kind of stuff, I mean, for video game developers, gamers don't really care about this. This is never going to sell a game. Like, if you want to make your big AAA, you know, magnum opus game and you want to add this into it, that's fine. But, like, this is really a waste of time, and it's something that only 1% of people are going to care about or make a decision about. But it is cool.
So let's leave Ciri behind for a second and talk about the world itself.
Yeah, this looks really nice.
So much of the Witcher world is natural, organic, especially Kovir with its dense forest and wild nature.
And it's important to keep in mind here is that while this is on a PS5, this is clearly a tech demo. This is not a actual client of the game running. So I would not imagine this to be a one-to-one replica of what you would expect whenever the game comes out. Hopefully it's close, but just keep that in mind.
Wild nature is hard. And with nanite geometry, we've freed artists from so many of their old constraints. But we don't want to rest until everything we do in Unreal has that same spirit of freedom. There's always more work to do. And foliage is a huge piece of that puzzle. So we are excited to introduce nanite foliage.
That's a lot. God damn.
And in order to achieve gorgeous foliage density everywhere, while still being memory efficient, fast to render, we believe that a new idea was needed. So instead of the same card approach we've been using for the past 20 years, artists should be free to take a nanite approach to foliage, modeling every single leaf and pine needle. And the old LOD tricks of the past, they needed a complete rethink. And in their place, it's a new adaptive voxel representation in nanite. It's volumetric, it's fully 3D, it is super fast to render.
Yeah, this is something that they've added in. Like, I think that a lot of people... So Unreal Engine gets a really bad reputation because Unreal Engine can make a potato look like Lord of the Rings.
Yes.
And you buy the game thinking that you're buying Lord of the Rings, but you're actually buying a potato. And yeah, sure, that's a problem. But at the same time, Unreal Engine, when it's used at its best, like, for example, Black Myth Wukong or Expedition 33, is phenomenal. And I think that too many people look at Unreal
They're
and say
two
Unreal is the
different
problem.
games.
But the real issue is just bad development. And the barrier to entry with Unreal is so low that you have a lot of bad games that look good because of Unreal. Arc Raiders, yeah, exactly.
Dense clusters of triangles turn into these cubes, which at a distance, they're no larger than a pixel, and they react to the changing light of our dynamic sun and our shadows, and they allow artists to render whatever amount of foliage is needed to achieve their vision without compromise.
And no compromise means how ambitious we are when it comes to bringing our vision to life with incredible visuals. But more than that, together with Epic, we created faster way to load the world. We can now bring in more content more quickly for the smoothest possible experience as we fly down to catch up with Siri.
Yeah, that looks really good. I'm really curious to see how much this is going to look like the actual game. Because like, the truth is, like, if I go back to my mind,
on the video
this is the way I thought The Witcher 3 looked back whenever it came out. You know how, like, you know, whenever you're a kid, you think that, like, Ocarina of Time or, like, Majora's Mask or something, it's like, oh, wow, like, this is, like, just like real life.
Yeah. Welcome to Valgrest. So Valgrest is a port town, a hub for fishing, trade, and mining. It's one of those places where you can meet shady characters or overhear gossip from other lands. It's also where Ciri took on her current contract. High-tech, let's leave Kelpie here and explore the marketplace and food.
Okay.
And the missus?
I'm so excited we can finally show you some of this stuff. Let's see what Valgrest has to offer.
Bugger. Not her again.
Oh. What the fuck?
5% with a fish for the furry
Is
rabbit.
there a bear there?
And the bear's weight grants good fortune.
This is impressive. Yeah, this is really good.
This is good.
I mean, I would say in terms of like visual fidelity and quality, I mean, this is pretty much the cutting edge.
Oh, pardon.
Guys, notice how...
That's really good. Holy shit. Damn.
How responsive the world is.
Jesus.
Character actions directly affect what happens around you, sometimes even setting up chain reactions. Everything is working together. Oh, look at this poor gentleman being taught how to fly by an angry innkeeper.
Yeah, that's good.
That's what happens when you cheat at Gwent.
Yep.
Last of it, is it?
Fuck him.
Round, jingling the purse.
Okay, so this is the guy who gave the series Quest his own. Like you probably suspect, he has his own agenda in all of this.
You off your tits again, Wilfred. Get your ass up.
That looks pretty good.
A typical day's toil.
Who in? Witcheress. What news of my wagons? No eternity is taking that damn salt to arrive.
I found
Yo,
them.
these are pretty good animation.
Suffice to say, they'll not reach you.
Oh.
As for the salt, I found not one speck. I presume this comes as no surprise to you.
It's crazy to see how much better the character facial animations are than, like, again, I just keep comparing it always to Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Yo.
It is not even remotely fucking close.
Yo, it's not even the same.
No,
This
no.
is so good.
Kabir's smuggling trade is of no concern to
Are you sure this is real?
the Manticore.
I mean, this is
That flattens
it's a
your cast.
cinematic, right? I mean,
Devoured your men. Quite the opposite.
Manticore? No, them winged hellspawn dwell in the arse end of Creighton. Not here.
While Siri decides what to do about that merchant, let's take a look at the character technology that powers this marketplace. Why don't we listen in on these fishmongers? They're selling their wares, chatting up customers.
Morning, catfishes. Won't find none fresher.
Reckon me lady's after one of them.
Get this cleaned and gutted for you. You mind, dearest? Into scenes, something
Jesus.
more. Got mackerel cod or Brexit's finest.
And there is tons of tech to play here, even in a simple market stall. Metahuman tools, improved Unreal Smart Objects, Chaos Cloth, and more.
Yeah, and all of this exists to make sure that the gap in quality between Siri and NPCs is as small as possible.
Yeah,
that's a good way to look at it. I remember seeing videos of Red Dead Redemption 2 that had stuff that had, like, you know, a comparable level of complexity to it, like some guy chopping wood. I was really impressed by that.
Closing that gap, it's not just about fidelity, right, but also authenticity.
Remember Avowed?
They should react to changes in the world around them.
Yeah, this doesn't remind me of
But
Avowed.
the prisoner in Pillar isn't exciting enough for Valdrest. Let's grab everyone's attention with a circus.
Oh, there's actually fish.
E3 Cyberpunk flashbacks? Yeah, there's a lot of people that are worried that this
But
is
the
just going to
great
be a tech
performance
demo.
deserves a huge crowd, though. Let's crank it up.
Oh, there's even more people. Okay. That's a lot of people.
So you are seeing tons of optimizations here to many of Unreal systems, including an entirely new Unreal animation framework, allowing us to fit easily in our 60 FPS budget, not just in rendering, but also with room to spare on the game thread. Over 300 animated skeletal mesh agents all going about their business.
Wow.
And the whole point is to leave breathing room for developers like you to introduce the gameplay and the systems that your players expect, empowering you to make your worlds come to life without Unreal standing in your way.
You are right. That's the open world RPG that we're making. But before we wrap up, how about one final check-in with Siri?
Okay. Let's see it.
We are making this game to be the most immersive and ambitious open world Witcher game ever. And we are making this a reality thanks to our work on Unreal with the team at Epic. I think what we are doing together is going to bring in a new generation of open world RPGs, and I'm so proud of what we accomplished so far.
I think he's right about that. You're seeing more and more open world RPG games come out, and I think they're becoming more popular. And like the only issue that I think people have with open world games is like that one meme that I saw. Like, where's the meme? I don't know if I can find it or not, but it's something like this. Where is it? Oh fuck, maybe I don't have it here. Yeah, well, either way, it's the things just becoming farther and farther away. It's the same base game, but it's just things farther and farther away. Yeah, the open world thing. Yeah, exactly. But I feel like open world games are great. It just depends on how they're designed and how they're made. Open world equals less story. I don't think that's necessarily true. I don't agree with that.
R2.
We're almost done.
I don't think that there's like what I respect games that allow you to like as long as a game is being true to its vision, I think that's what matters the most, right? So if you want to have an on-rails game like Armored Core 6 or like Black Myth Wukong, I think that's great. If you want to have an open world game like Elden Ring or, I don't know, Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon, that's also great. It just depends, or Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, exactly. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Yeah, and so like it just depends on what the game is and if you're making a good game. That's what matters.
Before we go, here's a small gift for all Witcher fans. A first look at La Nexeta.
Onward, Kelby. We've worked.
That looks really fucking good, guys. I'm gonna be real. That looks really fucking good. Looked great.
Thanks, guys. Seriously, it looks amazing. And we've also barely scratched the surface of what's coming in Unreal 5.6. So here's Julien to tell you even more. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Let's see it. All right, let's see what we got going on here.
Hey everyone.
Hi.
Great to be here in Orlando. I spent a lot of time on this demo, so I'm happy to be the one to talk about what went into the 5.6 release. An open world like that was just the perfect content to focus on our main goal for
this
the
is
release.
fucking insane. Like, especially that last scene. Let me see if I can go back to it. This is nuts, man. Look at that. That's insane. It looks so good.
Our main goal for the release, which was performance. We want the engine to scale to large and rich worlds. We want to preserve graphics quality. And of course, we want to deliver high frame rates that you and your players expect.
That's what matters a lot.
So let's check it out.
Like, I always want less detail and higher frame rate. Frame rate matters more to me, infinitely more to me, than detail in the game is. Obviously, best world is both of them, but if I had to choose, it's frame rate and playability.
Starting with rendering. If you all remember, when we released Nanite with UE5, it supported static geometry. Last year, we brought skinning to Nanite. And now, we're working on Nanite foliage. The only way to have a forest that looks as good as this one is to use 3D geometry for all parts of the trees, just like we do for everything else. However, this is a crazy amount of fine geometry, so we had to rethink how trees are created and displayed. To create them, we developed Nanite assemblies. These 28 little parts that you see are all that we use to build all the spruces from the forest.
See, this is the thing, is that get ready to see a million fucking video games that have these trees everywhere. Like, as soon as you guys see the assets, it's hard not to see them, because a lot of people start using these.
They are instanced thousands of times and used like building blocks to assemble trees in different ways.
Yeah, a little bit.
And as you
Like
probably
PUBG
noticed with the wind effect,
Not with Unreal 5, but
they
other
even
assets.
support skeletal animation, which runs on the GPU.
Yeah, it's insane.
Thanks to assembly, we greatly reduce the storage, the
So they have
runtime
the skeletons of the trees that are being rendered, but not the actual foliage.
memory, and the rendering cost. Then, to display an entire forest, the challenge was to preserve fidelity and performance from any distance. Let's check up close the level of detail we're talking about here.
Jesus.
Lots of details.
Do you know what's crazy is that one day they're going to make Unreal 6. Isn't that nuts to think about?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, you're not... Can
you imagine that?
Right?
But this triangle
Yeah, and 7,
representation is not the most efficient when far away, due to the amount of overlapping. And that's why we made an adaptive voxel representation. But in reality...
This was a pretty big thing that I think Unreal did in general that a lot of people like probably might not realize, is that the dynamic culling that they have for the pixels and like how much each thing is detailed is very much based off of like where the camera focus is. And I think that's one of the big ways that they save energy and save time. Or save memory.
You'll never see those voxels this close, since when we move the camera back, they're barely a pixel. Nanite foliage is almost done. We are moving it to the main line as we speak, and it will be available for everyone in 5.7.
Wow.
Another thing I would like to share is that ray tracing and Lumen now run more than twice as fast, with no visual trade-off compared to when UE5 was released.
I'll believe that when I see it.
And because of that, we can now hit 60 FPS.
I will say, like, the visuals for this, again, are phenomenal. This is amazing. I love the way this looks.
On consoles. And finally,
Wait till we get it on
we
PC.
rewrote the rendering pipeline to run asynchronously so you can increase the richness of your scenes even more. Now let's talk about chaos physics. For chaos cloth, we improve our cloth-to-cloth constraint solution. This removes a lot of collision evaluation when garments are
I need
piling
to
up
give this to Blizzard so I can put this in WoW.
and interacting with each other.
Right.
Even for complex setup like Series Cape, we hit a sub-millisecond budget on PS5. With Chaos Flash, we introduce procedural muscle activations to make deformation and motion more natural. Your artist will still have control over tetraid
really
roll
fucking
simulation
impressive.
and train ML
It's
models that
extremely
run
fucking
fast
impressive.
in real time. We now support the baking of fluid surface data into lightweight assets to be played back at low cost. This is going to give you high-fidelity water without the performance cost of real-time fluid simulation.
Jesus.
Wait. So you're just showing off Unreal's engine, or are you gonna show off the game? Like, you're basically just showing us like what Unreal Engine can do. This is just a demo for Unreal Engine.
For animation,
Feels like.
we work on both performance and fidelity. Here, you can see how Siri and Kelpie match up in their interaction. Well, that works no matter the angle of approach. That's our Modes character motion matching solution.
Wow.
We also added motion matching.
Yeah, usually it's like it goes into, like, there's one where it looks okay, but all the rest of them looks like dog shit. Yeah, that's nuts. Yeah.
Sequencer to build stitch tracks. With them, you can seamlessly transition from gameplay to cinematic.
There's a lot of games that are doing that now.
We now have a secondary layer of animation
Final Fantasy
driven by
16.
physics in control rig. We used it in Kelpie's rig to drive the mane, the tail, and the saddlebags. And now, I'm happy to announce that all these features are already integrated into our new Unreal Animation framework, which we are releasing as experimental in 5.6. We built it with performance first in mind. Animation evaluation are now running in parallel off the game thread, which was our bottleneck. And for the other character systems that are just as costly, like movement, avoidance, state tree behaviors, we also move them to worker threads. This is really going to help you create scenes that are crowded and lively.
This is a setback that I think that's something that was, I'm not sure, but this seems like something that was happening to the developers of Kingmaker. You know, like that was the game where it was like the guy that comes in from like the future and he's in like the, you know, like a medieval warfare and he's in a tank or whatever. And he said in there, they said they can't do it with Unreal 5 yet. And so that's why Kingmakers was being made with Unreal 4. So I think that changes like this are being done specifically to alleviate that concern.
Streaming has always been a big deal regarding performance. And the three biggest improvements we made are physics state creation, which now runs async, improve runtime PCG for ground scatter on GPU, and a new FastGeo plugin to stream static geometry. And just to take a different example, in City Sample, the streaming time was cut down by 90% while moving at high speed. We focus on a lot of areas for performance in 5.6. And mobile is no exception.
Crazy.
We work on better defaults and scalability settings for mobile and minimize the default package size.
Spider-Man
we also improve our workflows with a UI refactor of the viewport toolbar and content browser, on-device iteration workflow, and a mobile preview solution. So there you go. Unreal Engine 5.6 is all about performance, and it's available today.
Holy shit. Wow. Yeah, no, that was really, really good. I mean,
please go enjoy the tech talks and session we have for you guys and come chat with us. And now, please welcome Chris from the MetaHuman team.
So they're probably talking about like other character stuff. I might look at more of the Unreal stuff later on tomorrow, but like I'll look at the Witcher stuff now. This looks really, really, really good.
Yeah.
Like I absolutely think this looks great. Like the character models I think look pretty decent as well. Like that looks good. I mean, absolutely. So yeah, check the cinematic trailer too. No, I will. I'll watch the cinematic trailer as well. But yeah, it's a trailer tech demo. I know it's a trailer tech demo, but it does look good. I can't wait to see how the game plays. Yeah, I'm really hoping that it plays well. I mean, again, there have been a number of games, like, I mean, Black Myth Wukong was like a similar level of quality, I would say. And that was unreal. And so if you thought that played well, I could pretty much expect this to play well. Now, this could be a Cyberpunk situation, right? I mean, you can't rule that out. There's a possibility that it could end up sucking and being bad, but let's hope that doesn't happen. No forced ray tracing, though? Yeah, have you played Witcher 3? Only a little bit. I never beat the game. And let me see here. Witcher 4 trailer. Okay, so let's see the actual trailer. But yeah, this looks really, really good to me.
No, this is gonna be good.
Sleep, is he? The ploughing plonker. Break me pearlies on this blasted pit-ridden tract. With fear not dry road. Oi! The devil's out there! Just running from!
Oh shit.
What?
Close the door, idiot.
It ain't gonna help your ass.
He lost all his money. Oh shit. Uh-oh.
Griffin. Oh yeah, he's fucked.
No, it's not a griffin. Damn.
It's a core.
Oh, that's the fucking thing from the other cinematic.
Salt.
Wow. That's a lot of loot.
Almost had me fooled, Fruin.
Yep, she's definitely hotter. 100%. Absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Totally looks like girls that would ignore me in high school. Absolutely. That's exactly what we were looking for. Fucking perfect. Yep. All right. And what's she doing now? Yep, absolutely. And yeah. Same brother. Yep, same brother. True, true, true. And anyway, promising protagonist. Yeah, I mean, it looks great, obviously. And yeah, it looks like the original. Yeah, I would say so. And overall, I think it looks really promising. I mean, the demo looked really good. Everything about it looked really good. Yeah, I'm not sure about the voice. I don't know. I'd have to hear more of it. And I think also, like, a lot of times with the character's voice, there are times where it doesn't make sense at the beginning of the game, but then after you kind of just play the game for a while, you just acclimate to it and it becomes normal, right?
Yeah, it makes more sense later on.
We'll see what happens, but the first trailer looks like not the final game anyway. Yeah, this looks great, man. And GameSpot did a hands-on review of Crimson Desert recently. No, I'll play that when it comes out too, absolutely. And watch the full trailer, bro, from the Witcher channel. No, I've seen that. I've already seen it. I saw it whenever it came out. But yeah, this looks really, really good. I mean, it goes without saying that I'm going to play this a lot on release, right? Like, I'm obviously going to play it a lot on release. And hopefully it's a good game. I think it will be, right? I think this will be a good game because the last game that they made, Cyberpunk, like Liberty City or whatever, Phantom Liberty, was good. Like, that's the way that I base every decision. If the last game was good, then the next game will be good. If the last game was bad, then the next game will be bad. So yeah, it's that simple. On your 40th
Decent
birthday,
logic.
yeah, wow. And yeah, it releases in 2029. No, it does. Wait, what? No, it doesn't. I think it probably comes out next year, right? Like, I'm pretty sure this game comes out next year. That's what I would assume. So, yeah, is that right? Like, I think it's no, 2027. After 20, really? Wow. Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, shit. If it the thing is, if it takes longer, it takes longer, man. Like, I don't complain about that. I don't give a shit. I mean, if it takes that long, then whenever they're ready, then I will play it. It is actually that fucking simple. Like, I don't need to be like, oh man, like I've got to play this game. There are so many video games that I haven't played. And you want to know an example of one that I haven't finished? I never finished The Witcher 3. So how am I going to complain about this game not being, oh, it hasn't come out yet? Yeah, you haven't even beat the next one. Or the last one, I mean. Yeah, you haven't finished Cyberpunk 2? Yeah, I never finished Cyberpunk. There's a million other games for me to play. When it's ready, it's ready. But either way, the game looks really good, and yeah, visuals look amazing. Like the cinematic, like this to me is just like, I don't really give a shit about this, to be honest. Like, there are a lot of really good video game cinematics. I think this one looks just fine. There's nothing really special or like unique about this. It's just, wow, it's another video game cinematic. But yeah, that's really it. How can you call yourself a gamer? Well, hey, I think that actually this is more relatable than anything. I think most gamers start games and then they never finish them. That's the norm. So I would assume so, right? Play Red Dead Redemption off stream, you'll love it. I'm already going with one game off stream. I don't know if I want to go with the second one already. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I can't wait for The Witcher. Man, oh man. I am hyped. The soundtrack better be on this point too. Like, it better clap.
Be honest, I will be shocked if she gets cast in almost anything. Nobody will want to cast her. And here's the real reason why I think nobody's going to want to cast Rachel Ziegler. It actually has nothing to do with any of her comments besides that. And it has to do with her making the Free Palestine post on her promotion for the film. That is the reason why I think that no other studio will ever work with her again. And it's not because like, oh, it's Jews. No, it's not about that at all. It's because she's taking a political issue and she is putting it on the media that she's putting out there. Yeah, exactly. Oh, politics spy? Exactly, right? Yeah, people are immediately out of that. It's unprofessional. It's PR nightmare. It's just alienating.
Snow White was supposed to be her career's biggest movie, but was so brutally criticized, it instead became the one that destroyed her life.
Pretty much I can't post a picture of myself on Twitter without a bunch of people telling me how ugly I am.
Oh shit.
Welcome to my fucking life.
Yo.
Then don't. Like, damn.
That's hard. Simultaneously wishing
Drive
people
me a
would stop
fucking
sending me
river.
death threats.
Oh, geez.
Or perhaps it was all part of the plan, because decades ago, Walt Disney himself said Snow White should never be remade, but they went ahead.
Some things aren't meant to be remade, they're meant to be remastered. So somehow he predicted this was going to happen, or they're meant to be remembered. How the fuck did he know that? Damn.
But they went ahead anyway, and by the time the trailer dropped, people hated it already.
Yeah.
If I saw this movie on a plane, I would still walk out. Was it that hard to find someone who actually looks like Snow White?
Yeah.
This comment made a good point. I just find it funny that her name is Snow White and she's not white. It just defeats the purpose. Petitions to cancel the remake started immediately.
Yeah, people went
quickly
absolutely
snowballing
crazy
into
on
over
this. 2.3 million dislikes. Imagine having that much of a dedicated hater base. That's insane.
Yo, just
million
coming
dislikes,
to dislikes.
leading people to wonder why Disney wasn't canceling the movie or making some changes. Well, they did make changes. For starters, they swapped out real dwarf actors for CGI, which looked hideous. Instead of the beloved original characters, we got creepy, soulless abominations that looked like they crawled out of a failed video game. And strangely, in
because doing the opposite was considered like some form of ableism. That's the reason why. It was so stupid.
Action remake, even the trees were CGI, which was an atrocious waste of money as well. To make matters worse,
So they couldn't find any trees, guys. You gotta understand, I mean, filming is hard.
Remove these iconic tracks from the original, one of which being Someday My Prince Will Come, because
What a
apparently
surprise.
Snow White dreaming of love makes her too dependent, which only makes sense considering there's no prince either, just a bandit named Jonathan.
So there's no Prince Charming and just a bandit. Wow, this really is for women nowadays, isn't it?
Yep.
Jesus. That's bad.
The writers intentionally didn't want a prince saving Snow White.
By making him a thief and a lowlife, rather than an authoritative figure of any kind. It's as if the idea of a balanced relationship is offensive to them.
Of course it is, because a lot of these women, you know what they have? Personal unresolved trauma. And so they have some issue that they've had with some man in their life, and they're looking for media to reinforce the way that they feel. That's it. Yep, a chip on their shoulder. Absolutely.
It felt more like a political statement than a kid's movie. And in case it isn't obvious, it was a garbage cash grab. The ending scenes felt like a Diddy party, and no surprise, people absolutely hated it. But there was one
Snow
thing
White is worse than AIDS.
they hated even more. Snow White herself. Why? Well, arrogance. That's why. Back in 2020, Rachel Zegler called Jeremy Renner a racist, sexist, transphobic garbage monster based on
What the fuck is this bitch talking about? Oh my god! Racist, sexist, transphobic garbage monster. Damn!
What?
irrelevant allegations that were proven to be false. And when they use it,
okay, there we go. So let's see here. Let me read it. Jeremy Renner has faced serious allegations from his ex-wife, including claims of threats and reckless behavior. What does that have to do with being transphobic? No criminal charges have been filed against him, and the allegations have not been definitively proven. Rayner has consistently denied the allegations, and legal proceedings so far have not resulted in any findings supporting any claims. So, okay. So he didn't do it, probably. All right. Yep.
She's just besmirching his name.
Be false. And when the user told her to learn the facts before running her mouth, she arrogantly replied, "Better catch my mouth, cause she running."
Better catch my mouth, cause she running by.
What the fuck does that even mean?
It is crazy to me that anybody that is not in 4th grade or below is saying this. This is like, this is some shit that this is like talk to the hand. It's on that level, guys. Oh my God. Not even remotely going to address the story that came out today, but he has made racist, sexist, and transphobic comment and totally disrespected the deaf community. What the fuck are you talking about?
she never should have been cast, but this will be her last movie, judging by her comments.
I mean, you know, the original cartoon came out in 1937, and very evidently so. There's a big focus on her love story with a guy who literally stalks her. Weird.
After calling the prince a stalker, she said this.
It's no longer 1937, and we absolutely wrote a Snow White.
Dude, this is why. Do you know who's really happy that Google just brought out that VEO3? The guys that are like working production studios in Hollywood. They are thinking, thank fucking God. We've only got to deal with this shit for maybe 10 more years and then it's over. And we're never going to have to think about this shit ever again.
She's not going to be safe with the prince, and she's not going to be dreaming about true love. She's dreaming about...
Why is that bad? Like, that's what's so weird. Why is that bad? It's bad to hope to have a husband and like to fall in love. Why is this bad? Well, I think that you will find out if you were her and you knew her dating life as well as she did. I think that these comments would make perfect sense.
Yo, exactly how she talks to her boyfriend.
I think that it would immediately, everything would be like, oh, of course she thinks that. Absolutely.
Becoming the leader she knows she can be.
Now, in the beginning, her statements weren't that outrageous, although there was one massive issue. She couldn't keep her mouth shut.
I was scared of the original cartoon. I think I watched it once and then I never picked it up again. Like,
isn't that a like, I mean, I don't understand how do you have some, like, I mean, this isn't even a live interview. Like, how do you greenlight this and let it go live? I didn't like the original show. Okay, so why are you redoing it? What the hell's wrong with you?
I'm being so serious. I watched it once, never revisited Snow White again.
Zegler gives I Deserve This role more than anyone, and the fact that she has zero good to say about the original is disgusting narcissist, which wasn't wrong.
Is it how many times in a row are we gonna get like shows? You know, like we were talking about Dredd before. You know, Carl Urban didn't want to show his face in Judge Dredd, even though he's this really well-known actor, because that's not what Judge Dredd would have done. And Henry Cavill playing Geralt as well. Like, it's just, again, how many times has somebody who hated the movie or hated the original, like, been able to make something that was good? I feel like that doesn't really happen very often, you know?
For example, she seemed oddly excited saying her co-star's scenes could get cut.
I have a different approach to what I'm sure a lot of people will assume is a love story just because, like, we cast a guy in the movie. Andrew Burnap, great dude. All of Andrew's scenes could get cut. Who knows? It's Hollywood, baby.
Which is funny, considering...
What a bitch, bro. What a bitch. Jeez, man. Why would you say that? Because she's a bitch. That's why. What do you mean? Oh, why does this happen? Why would it be?
She acts like she's making the movie herself, but ironically, she became the main reason people didn't want to watch it, and she eventually explained why. After Donald Trump won the election, Rachel posted this story, basically calling him full of hate.
That was it, bro. Like, Donald won. He put... Donald killed her career. That was it.
But at the end, she said...
It's actually how Donald, like, the Donald reckoning of Karens, the reverberations of this will be felt for 15 years. And then I remember J.D. Vance saying, frankly, Margaret, I don't care. That was, yeah, bro, like, that shit was... I was so glad to finally fucking hear that shit. Yeah. Thank God.
Trump supporters, voters, and Trump himself never know peace.
This is a good one.
Being completely opposite to the message she always preached. Clearly, she was a hypocrite as well.
Well, no, every single person who preaches acceptance and love will be the first person to you know, pillory you and make up lies about you the moment that you say something that they disagree with. This is what they always do. They're like, well, we are so accepting and so supportive of everybody that anyone who disagrees with us, it's okay for us to basically kill them. Naturally.
Disney made her apologize and hired a social media guru to review every post until the movie's release.
Jesus. Think about how much money that is. Think about how much time that is. Millions of dollars invested on this bullshit. Oh my God.
Yet the guru clearly did a terrible job because when the trailer was released, Rachel thanked the viewers for the views, but also added, always remember Free Palestine.
This was it. This is the point where things got bad. Because there's nothing wrong with saying this. This is totally fine. But when you're attaching it to the promotion of your media, that's an issue. That's an issue. Bringing politics to work. How many of you guys have been in like, I've even had to take HR modules that say, don't talk about politics at work.
Now, this wasn't a huge deal, but her co-star was Israeli and supported Israel. Therefore, the tension between them was at its peak during the promotion. The real issue, however, was that Rachel's tweet led to Gal receiving death.
I don't even know how true that is, because, like, I mean, yeah, she's Israeli and she was in the IDF and she doesn't think Israel should be destroyed, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she doesn't empathize with Palestinians. This weird dichotomy that's been created is totally fake. It's not like yeah, it's insane.
Threats. So many, in fact, that she had to be given personal security. Rachel destroyed any hopes the movie had left.
Yep.
And now, the internet was about to destroy her. Because before the movie could flop, her face already had. Edna Mode,
Jesus Christ, bro, like...
Willy Wonka, the little lad,
and you can see, like, if you look at the color grading here, how is the color grading for the movie worse than this? Like, in my opinion, she looks way better in this. She even looks better in this as well. Like, how is it that you fucked up this bad? This is awful. Really? It just looks like shit.
Why does she look different? Why does she look like shit? And it's like a fever dream of like everything's like off-brand.
Before the movie could flop, her face already had. Edna Mode, Willy Wonka, The Little Lad, Violets, Lisa Rinna, Coconut Head, Beoshala, and the most accurate of all, Lord Farquaad. On Reddit, people stated her eyes got beef, haven't made eye contact in years. Those eyes are drifting apart like continents. Soon they'll need a passport to meet. The hashtag Not My Snow White went massive viral on Twitter with posts like, why does Latina Snow White look like the long haul Roger? Hashtag Not My Snow White. Snow White versus Evil Queen who is jealous of her looks. With literally thousands of people
what are we looking at here? What? I don't think so.
I mean, you know.
Thousands of people just roasting her. They clipped her face from the movie and turned it into art like this, while explaining CGI dwarves were used instead of real actors due to Rachel being 5'2", making her not much taller than a little person.
I don't know why, but I think that's funny. And also, by the way, that didn't stop Lord of the Rings. Like, you're telling me that, like, this is some ancient lost lore that a movie was able to do 25 years ago, but you can't figure it out?
Users were thrilled that Lord Farquaad was finally back, and for the first time, people were rooting for the apple to win. Petitions to remove Rachel from the movie started popping up, with supporters calling her a nasty person, whilst editing pictures to turn the evil queen into Snow White. Fans disliked her so much because she has an ego the size of an elephant, but looks like Lord Farquaad's mom with the attitude of a whiny brat. If you think she was the wrong choice for Snow White, like this. Almost 10,000 people agreed. Things like
Jesus,
like
on some random website. I don't even know what website that is. That's insane.
had gone so bad, she was being stalked and receiving death threats. As Zegler shared, the backlash led to people standing outside her apartment screaming profanities. But this
That's crazy. Like, anybody doing that needs to, in my opinion, go to jail. I think if you take an internet beef and you take a problem that you have with a personality or anything like that, and you take it into the real world, you just need to go to jail. Like, I asked myself the question, right? And does anybody actually have an answer for this? Is there any reason they shouldn't go to jail? It's stalking, it's harassment, it's weird, it puts people in danger. Why should a civilized society tolerate that type of mental illness?
At least a nice hefty
We don't have enough
fine
space?
or a little bit of...
Just build another one. Yeah, just make a new jail.
Did she really deserve all this? And what did it do to her?
I think
just do a new one.
A lot of people are very mean, so when I do public appearances, I get very anxious. I had an anxiety attack on my plane ride here.
I bet.
She first explained how intense the backlash was.
Pretty much I can't post a picture of myself on Twitter without a bunch of people telling me how ugly I am.
Almost quitting social media because it sent her into depression.
So I'm very hesitant to share a lot of myself with the world.
That's what happens when you're a bitch, is that nobody likes you. I know it sounds crazy, but that's the those are the consequences of your actions.
It doesn't matter
That's
what
life.
you look like. You're ugly. Your attitude is ugly, and no one likes it. And you think it's your appearance, and people hate your attitude. That's why they don't like it.
I'm trying to be less active unless I check less and scroll less and read less.
I
Mostly
can't tell the
because
difference.
When I do look at things or read things on social media, it makes me upset. It makes me like a worse person, I think. It makes me...
Yeah, you're right. If you hadn't used social media from the first place, maybe you wouldn't have gone and ruined the fucking movie. Because you got brain rotted from a bunch of like internet yas queens, and then you thought that shit was real, and then it goes to an actual audience of real people, and they say, "What the fuck is this bitch talking about? This
She's
is
over
so
here getting
weird."
gassed up
Like,
by
we
the
don't want to
chicks
watch
all
this.
day.
harbor a lot of feelings of guilt, doubt, anxiety, depression.
It got so bad, she even considered getting plastic surgery.
And also because I know how mean people get when like pictures of me surface on the internet. It's gotten to a point where I actually had the thought in my brain of what surgery and how much surgery.
I can guarantee you that any surgery that she gets, people will only make it worse. That dude, I don't even know why you make a video talking about this. Like, if it's actually bothering you, you should never like, this is my opinion. Have you ever heard of the phrase a pecking party? I've said this before, so I apologize if you've heard this before. Chickens, whenever one chicken starts bleeding, all of the other chickens around it peck that chicken to death where it was bleeding until it's dead. That's what happens on the internet. And the only way to stop it is to not bleed. I don't know why people don't tell her that. You had a social media guru and they couldn't even tell you this? Damn. To death until it's dead? Absolutely.
Do I have to get for people to finally stop?
One chicken. You know, I was actually driving around. I was on a work, like a meeting with like maybe like 8 other people. And I was driving, I was near my house and there was a chicken in the road. And I interrupted the entire meeting to FaceTime everybody and show them the chicken in the road. And I went back to try to collect the chicken and catch it myself, but it was gone. It got away. This happened a while ago. Yeah, it was just there.
Chicken run.
And it's like that. It's literally a chicken. Like, and it was one of the white chickens. Like, it was like literally like the same chicken that's on like the front of KFC.
Oh shit! He got the deep fryer rolling and everything.
Calling me ugly?
Came back, it was gone.
On the internet?
Yeah, getting
And
plastic
eventually-
surgery,
Sad
nothing is gonna.
music.
That's the worst decision you can possibly make.
she started posting less and less.
Yeah, what a surprise.
I don't really like giving people an opportunity to use my content as a way to bring me down about things that I say, and things that I do, or the way that I look.
The hate reached a whole new level. All she wanted was for it to stop.
I can also be having.
Well, the problem is that, like, I mean, and you guys know this, like, I mean, I've never really made fun of the way she looked. I mean, yeah, she kind of looks like Lord Farquaad, but, like, as I said, the reason why she looked so bad is that they washed out her face. They gave her the most unflattering hairstyle possible. And it's basically like, how can you make somebody look as bad as possible?
And
that's what they did.
Greatest time and simultaneously wishing people would stop sending me death threats. When I tell you
Jesus
that it's hard,
Jesus,
I just mean to be inside my brain. That's hard. And I'm there 24/7. I can't get out of it.
Which pushed Zegler to her breaking point.
And also, I think that it definitely does damage a lot of your causes whenever you do these videos and you're like, yeah, guys, I'm actually fucking crazy. And my brain is a complete minefield, and I don't really know what I'm thinking most of the time. I don't really have any emotional control, and I'm upset constantly, and I think I need to get plastic surgery. And I'm obsessed with social media, but I can't stop using it. By the way, here are my political values and my political affiliations, and all of those are totally reasonable. Does that sound like a good advertisement?
Yep.
Yeah, it's bad for what? Yeah, it looks pretty bad, doesn't it?
I have no sympathy for her.
Really
it's
bad.
getting sick now. I don't know how much more I can take. It's haunting me. I cry every day. I just want it all to stop, she said. But sadly, not only was it not going to stop, it was about to get 100 times worse.
Yep.
Because when the movie was finally released, with a production budget of $270 million and $410 million in total,
$410 million.
Holy shit.
410
finally
million
came
fucking
out. They
dollars.
lost $2 million.
That's a lot of money, guys.
after marketing costs, expectations were high. Although that didn't happen, it made just $43 million domestically and $44 million internationally in the first.
Wow. That's like 20%. Oh my God.
They only made they only made 87 million altogether when it cost them 400 million.
It's really bad.
Which dropped by 66% the following weekend, pulling in only 14.3 million. It needed $500 million just to break even, but made only 182 million. The movie reached just 1.6 stars on IMDb.
I think it's one of the worst rated movies of all time.
Stars?
Because there's also not only Rachel Zegler hate, but there are other people that hate Gal Gadot because she's from Israel. So you have the people that are pro-Palestine that are downvoting the movie because of Gal Gadot, and you have the people that are pro-Israel that are downvoting the movie because of Rachel Zegler.
Yeah.
So it's like you
all
just
angles.
lose situation.
Yo, who thought this movie was a good idea?
And it's not even about the movie. It's got nothing to do with the movie. The movie apparently sucked too. But yeah, on top of that, it's everything else. Double whammy wombo combo.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, everything about it was bad.
Making it the lowest rated film ever.
Wow.
And scored only 40% on Rotten Tomatoes. Meanwhile, dozens
And you
of
can see, by the way, this is another thing that I was talking about, is that, like, verified ratings, like, I don't know really if this is the same as Metacritic, but are these actually people that, are these, like, reviewers? I'm not sure if it's actually reviewers or not. Because, like, a lot of times the reviewers will give movies like this a higher rating because they don't want to, their paid review. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's audience score. I'm not sure. It could be journalists as well.
on Rotten Tomatoes.
I don't know how the website
Meanwhile,
works.
dozens of TikToks showed how empty the theaters were. On Reddit, when asked about how the movie did, employees responded, "I didn't even know it was out in theaters."
Didn't even know it was out.
I didn't know it was out
Jesus, man,
either.
that's bad.
I completely missed it.
Very bad. Between the 4 showings we had yesterday, we did 8 people for it.
8 people for 4 showings. They must have bought a lot of... I hope they bought a lot of popcorn. Because that's not looking good at all. Jesus.
So, who was to blame for all this? Well, of course, Rachel Zegler.
No, it's
right?
the internet's fault. It's the internet's fault, and it's men's fault. It's racism's fault. It's actually, you know who the real's fault is? Donald Trump did this to her.
Yep, it's Trump's fault.
Because she directed the film, wrote the script, styled her hair, and told the studio to spend $500 million on a remake no one asked for, right? No, Rachel had no fault in the film's failure. However, the saddest part is that Disney themselves started using her as a scapegoat. Suddenly, it wasn't Disney's movie anymore. It was Rachel Zegler's.
Rachel Zegler.
That's what you get.
Yep.
That's what you get. You try and go and put them, because she tried to entangle them in her worldview and her politics.
Yep, and they
That's
just
what you
gave
get.
it all to her.
Snow White is officially the worst movie of all time on IMDb, so this is her fault. Really, Snow White is bad because this is Zegler's movie and not Disney's movie. It's her movie, apparently. Like, bro, posts like these, the review bombing on IMDb, and everything else in between the belly buttons have all been putting blame on Zegler for how Snow White is performing.
That's
Disney
right.
blatantly blamed Rachel for the failure.
I think that the movie probably sucked, and even if they had different actors in it, it probably wouldn't have done really well. But it's definitely doing worse because of her.
Yeah.
Like, it just made things worse, more than anything. Obviously, right? Fucking obviously.
Definitely played a part.
Yet the real reason was this.
But the reason why Snow White is flopping at the box office is not because of Zegler, it's because of Disney. And what's stupid is that they aren't taking any accountability. Like, I read this article where Disney...
Well, it's both. It's both. If she wasn't in the movie would not be successful. But she made the movie less successful.
Yeah.
Both things are true.
Yep. They both exist in the
playing
same
heavy
world.
damage control because insiders at Disney are using Zegler as a scapegoat. For example...
Good. Good. You want to be a martyr? Go ahead. Nobody else is going to die on your cross.
Her saying that the original Snow White is weird probably wasn't the best PR move.
Of course it wasn't.
Surprisingly led to even more trolling. She destroyed it, not Disney. It's Hollywood, baby.
Yep.
Zegler's acting was downright embarrassing. Easily one of the worst performances I've seen. Disney got scammed, but nothing concluded again that the movie was already terrible to begin with.
However, this was all when Disney knew very well they just made a bad movie. And also the film had issues long before its release, such as the ballooning budget. There was an unclear marketing strat, and apparently this was all one person's fault. Because the reality...
Well, yeah, because the thing is that, like, I understand why he's frustrated, and I think Disney does bear some responsibility of this. But if people don't like her because of what she's saying, and they don't want to see a movie because of her in the movie, I think that's pretty fucking fair, man. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Bro's trying to hit it, I swear.
Is that the trailers, the marketing, the songs, and pretty much just the entire idea
Just
of
let
a
'em
live-action
hit.
remake made people not want to watch the movie.
To make matters worse,
he's
the
right.
film's producer's son stated, "Yeah, my dad, the producer of an enormous Disney IP with hundreds of millions on the line, had to fly across the country to reprimand his 20-year-old..."
This post was so fucking based.
Yo.
Like, we hadn't... I don't think we've had
Reprimand?
something like this in Hollywood that happened. Do you remember, I think that, like, wasn't it Megan Fox that said that, like, I think it was, like, some director, I think it was Steven Spielberg or somebody like that, was a Nazi, and then he just fired her from the movie? Like, I remember this happened, like, Michael Bay. Yeah, it was like he just fired her. That was it. Never heard about that shit again. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to listen to that. No, I'm not a Nazi. This is ridiculous. No, that's it. Good. It's a ridiculous thing to say. Yeah.
Employee for dragging her personal politics into promoting the movie. She hijacked the conversation for her own immature desires, risking the work of thousands. True. Narcissism is not something to be coddled. I hate her comments and politics. It was awful. But completely blaming her is insane. Therefore, Joe
It's
Rogan's...
not totally her fault, but it's partially her fault. And also, even if it's not totally her fault,
it's
that doesn't mean that
Disney's
you have to
fault.
like her now.
No, hold on.
To this.
It's completely Disney's fault. They made a slop movie. They wrote it. They picked her. It's their fault. And then she made it worse.
But imagine you spend
But
$250
other
million
than that-
and you get some young girl and you don't kind of talk to her about like, hey, you know, don't get political. You're young.
Nah. They told her that and she did it anyway, man. You really think they didn't tell her that? I mean, they probably told her that 50 fucking times.
And I know you have opinions about things, but should be just about the movie.
Yeah.
Eventually coming to this conclusion.
So now they've put it all on her. Now they've failed. Here's what happened. She made the cardinal error of saying free Palestine on Twitter. So she could say all that men are bad and it's...
Baldy's cooking here. See, he knows. He knows, man.
Let him cook. Let him cook.
This and that. But once you do that, now they've put the entire weight of the failure upon her. When really, it's like making Jimmy Fallon apologize for doing a Chris Rock impression.
As a result, for the first time, Rachel started receiving some positive comments. I really don't like Rachel, but sending death threats and insults, that's just unnecessary.
Of course.
You know, Rachel Zegler is a human. She's not perfect. She does things
The only reason this person is defending her is because she's aligned on the Palestine issue. This has nothing to do with her as a person. It has nothing to do with your actual opinion of her. This is just ideological alignment and you defending them out of a form of tribalism. That's it. Nothing like this should be taken seriously at all.
Shouldn't, and sometimes she says things she shouldn't. But nothing will ever convince me she's a bad person. No amount of hate will ever be justified
Nothing will
against her.
convince
Now,
me.
it would be an understatement to say Rachel's mental health didn't take a hit. But after everything that's happened, it'll be interesting to see where her career goes from here.
She done.
That's it. I'm gonna get one of those.
I'm gonna be real. Like, she done. Like, I don't see,
cooked.
like, I mean, because the thing is, the internet, when the internet decides that they hate somebody, they hate them. They fucking hate them, and that's it. And I feel like, especially with people like this that have like these types of viewpoints, I don't see her coming back from this at all. I think she is totally fucking cooked with this. Yeah, absolutely. What, Island Boys are homeless? Yeah, I guess so, right? Put the fries in the bag? Well, I don't know what she's going to do now. Every movie she's done has been a flop. Look it up. I guess so, right? She's just waiting for a comeback story? For sure, guys. Definitely. It's extremely hard to fix internet hate if you don't fundamentally change. Yeah, and also, I mean, she's just an obnoxious person. I mean, let me go back. I'll link you guys the video. But yeah, Disney's laying off hundreds of employees. Yes, but Disney has almost 250,000 employees. So, like, laying off hundreds of employees sounds like, oh my God, that's a really big deal. But it's actually not a big deal at all. It's antithetical to what an actor is, first and foremost. They're supposed to portray a role, not project their own personality onto the whole project. I think that good actors are able to do a bit of the a bit in the middle, right? And it's like, for example, like Samuel Jackson, whenever he was going to play Mace Windu in Star Wars, he was the one that wanted the purple lightsaber.
That was fucking amazing.
So I think that when an actor can put themselves in a movie, that's a good thing, right? But the thing is that, what's the difference? It's a good actor. That's the big difference.
We like who they are as a person, and then when they put themselves in, you get to see the good.
After the Snow White thing, I'm gonna...
No.
Blasphemy law introduced in Britain.
Hi, welcome back to another episode of Hot Takes, and welcome back to the Middle Ages. Welcome back to the Dark Ages. Welcome back to a land where we now have, in law, a blasphemy law. Not put through by Parliament, put through by judges who has decided that Britain needs blasphemy laws because you're not allowed to talk about religion. Now, I'm going to say at the beginning...
Wait a second. A council to define Islamophobia for government policy. What the fuck? While no formal blasphemy law exists in the UK, the application of public order and hate speech laws to acts like the Quran burning suggests a selective sensitivity towards Islam not extended to other religion. This inconsistency raises questions about whether the authorities are prioritizing community cohesion over free expression. What the hell are they doing over there? The fuck is that?
People have rights. Ideas do not. You do not insult someone because of their beliefs, but it does not mean that the beliefs themselves are inviolable. One can disagree very angrily with the teachings of a religion, as long as one does not insult the followers of that religion. Often the followers, of course, are victims.
Yeah.
Brainwashed as children into believing all sorts of guff. But that's not what's happening here. No, in this country now, we may not criticise religion. We may not criticise the teachings of a religion. We may not insult a religion, even if the tenets of that religion are obnoxious in the extreme.
Oh, jeez. Fuck.
Wow.
Really? They're cooked.
Actually,
They're
yeah,
officially cooked.
this is not good. It begins.
PvP
As I said, do
server.
you guys see how every single day what I've been saying is becoming more true? Every single fucking day.
What have you said?
Because some little wanker of a judge has said it's wrong to stand there and say F
wanker.
Islam while burning your own book, a book you've paid for with your own money. But that's what's happened. The British court has been accused now of single-handedly reversing the Age of Enlightenment and taking us back to superstitious bullshit where, because some dark age...
It's not even superstitious. Like, I mean, if somebody wants to be religious, that's fine. But this is authoritarian. That's the problem. It's the authoritarian nature of it more than anything else.
More authority
Yeah,
than
it won't
you
stand
need.
up to appeal, to be honest.
I mean,
We'll
over
see.
there, laws are different.
Peasant, Bronze Age peasants wrote a book on a Levantine hillside, somewhere in the Middle East. We've got to treat that with all the
I
respect.
had to be an
it's due.
American, where at least I know I'm fucking free, brother.
It's bullshit. It's bollocks and it's
Free as
wrong.
it gets.
I'm sorry, guys. I totally agree with them. I do. I absolutely, completely, 100% agree with them. Like, I understand a lot of people get into religion and it's just a cultural thing, but the moment that you say that, like, it can't be criticized and it can't be made fun of, you've totally lost me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You've completely lost me.
A man, a British man, who burnt the Quran. Well, actually, he's not British. It is even worse. A man who burnt the Quran while shouting F Islam was found guilty. Hamid Koskan, who is himself a Muslim, an ex-Muslim, it must be said, an asylum seeker from Turkey, was filmed burning the book while shouting that Islam was the religion of terrorism outside the Turkish consulate in February. He was violently attacked
shit.
by a passerby who has not yet been charged with anything.
So let me get this straight. This guy sets his own book on fire, and like I get, like, look, I mean, I can see the government's point of view. Well, we don't need people setting fucking fires out in the middle of the street. Like, I get that. Makes sense, sure. Even if it's your own book, we don't want a fire in the middle of the fucking street and the sidewalk. But, like, the other guy didn't even get charged at all? Incitement to racial hatred is a crime in the UK? Islam isn't a race. That's not a race. That's a religion.
Koskan was found guilty of racially aggravated public order offence. Really? What race? What race is Islam? Islam is not a race. It's an idea. You're supposed to attack.
I'm so happy to see this, that it's another it's another guy, like another fucking basically almost boomer Reddit atheist. Like, I'm
Reddit
really
atheist.
I'm really vibing with this a lot. This is great. I'm having a good time watching this.
Ideas. That's the scientific principle. Disagree, sometimes violently, with ideas.
Yes.
Islam hasn't got a race. The person who follows Islam might have a race.
Sure.
But please do tell me, what race is Islam? No, it's a bullshit. I hope this goes to appeal. He was said to have been motivated in part by hostility towards members of a religious group, namely the followers of Islam.
Duh.
Judge John McGarver insisted the prosecution was not an attempt to bring back and expand the blasphemy law. I'm calling bullshit on that, because that's exactly...
I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know if I believe it.
What this is. We are living in sad times. You cannot
sure
now criticize religion, especially if it's that religion. We must all get on our knees and pray to welcome the Islamization of this country in law, because we're not allowed to disagree with the book that says that beating women is acceptable, that child abuse is acceptable, that throwing and killing and murdering gay people is acceptable.
Yeah, if you think that bringing this up and criticizing this is a problem, you are a problem. That's what I think.
Bro.
Every religion has problems, and if you pretend like one religion is immune from criticism, you're totally out of your fucking mind. Bet he can't attack
Everything
Jews
needs to
either.
be able to be criticized.
I don't know about that. I mean, like, in my opinion, I think you should be able to make fun of...
They want their religion not to be criticized because of how much bullshit it is.
Jews, Islam, or Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. You should be able to make fun of all of them.
Yeah.
You should be able to criticize all of them.
Yeah,
I don't think that anybody should be
criticism, how you gonna
protected.
get better?
And if one of them's protected, all of them should be protected. In no universe should only one of them be protected. None of this makes sense.
Apparently, that's
No,
now
it doesn't.
Yeah.
the accepted credo in this country, that is acceptable. So I suppose now,
Coming from the place where you can't pray, or you'll get arrested if they
I
find
could
out.
say, hey everybody, I'm going to go out and murder gay people because I've converted to Islam. And there's nothing the authorities can do now because they've just done this. They've just said that you're not allowed to criticize Islam.
Yeah, not being able to criticize, like, it's actually, and I know
Holy
where
shit.
this is what's going to cause a lot of people to become radicalized in Europe, is that as soon as they have laws here that are enforced asymmetrically in favor of a certain religion or a certain group of people, that will alienate and radicalize everybody else against them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going, like, people are going to pop off about this. It's all fear-based. Yeah, well, I think it's also, like, the U.S. really doesn't want Iran to have nukes. How far would they go to let a country that already has nukes go? Well, I don't know about that. Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, like, J.D. Vance said something like that before, too. And the Brits don't make kids, they'll be a minority? I guess so.
We live in strange times.
When is
don't we?
violence the answer? Not now. The answer is in my opinion, I don't know. Actually, I really, what am I talking about? I don't know how Britain's politics work. I have no idea. But I know that, like, for example, in France, there was a tremendous amount of people, like, you know, because, like, Marine Le Pen was, like, probably the main, like, party of, like, basically French Western values, get rid of migrants, right? She did not get all the votes. A lot of people, and the majority of people, did not vote for her. So whenever you're looking at who's at fault here and who's wrong here, it's the people in the country that are voting against it. They vote against their best interests. That's it.
I wonder if the guy burnt a Torah
They're voting
or a
against their
Bible,
own
would he have
interests.
gone up in front of the judge? I suspect not. I'll stop. Thanks very much.
This obvious double standard is going to radicalize so many people. And whenever it finally does happen and people start, you know, kind of realizing how bad it is, they're going to totally fucking lose their minds. And I think it's just creating more racism. It's creating more actual intrinsic base. This guy was based as fuck, by the way. I totally agree with him. Yeah, let's see here. There's between 350 and 400K. What's this here? I'll see if I can read it real quick. And 400K Muslims that agree with jihad in the UK. There's around 76,000 soldiers. Yeah, I'm sure there's plenty of Muslims that agree with it. It's the same with anything, right? But like, what my point is that whenever you have, this is the same reason. It's like, why are men voting for like conservative issues? Well, the reason why is because conservative issues don't systematically disenfranchise them and disadvantage them. That's the main reason. Yeah, that's the reason. And so like guys feel like they're being put at a disadvantage, so it alienates them against everything else. So that's the big thing. And 76K is bigger than the UK Army, by the way. Well, I have no idea. But they don't integrate in society. The only real way to stop it is to move them all from the country. Well, I think that there are probably a lot of them that probably can integrate and do fine, but you have extremist people that are a big problem. And I think that's the major issue that a lot of people aren't realizing and aren't able to understand, is that and also, by the way, do you know who understands this really well? Is that the majority Muslim countries like Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE. They understand this and they're on top of it more than Britain is. They have to be on top of it because they understand it better than fucking anybody. And where has it worked? I mean, I don't think they have a bunch of like crazy shit like that happening over there. They don't let it happen. People immediately pop off. Both they are incredibly intolerant. Saudi and Qatar doesn't have any Jews. Well, I understand that they're intolerant to other things. I totally get that. But what I'm saying is that calling something for what it is. I'm not saying that they're good and Britain is bad. What I'm saying is that in this specific issue, they're able to correctly identify it without being afraid of being labeled racist. And because they're able to correctly identify an issue, they're able to deal with it. Because if you can't identify an issue and you can't define an issue, you can't solve a problem. That's it.
All right, you know that classic. Come on, 1970s, The Temptations. Number 3. Golly, I thought it was a number 1 with the number 3 in the pop charts. Ball of confusion. Of course, the lyrics back then mostly reflected the civil rights movement.
Blasphemy law introduced in Britain.
What the fuck is the news come? Wait. What else do we have?
What the fuck? An attack has occurred on a pro-Israel protest in Boulder, Colorado. Initial reports suggest Molotov cocktails were used, and there are multiple casualties, including children. Sounds horrible. Yeah. I'm watching a video. It's sick. Yeah. Yeah, look at this. This is insane. Oh boy. Well, people are becoming radicalized. Yeah, I think this is really, really bad. And I think this is going to keep happening more too, by the way. And we're fully investigating the targeted terror attack in Boulder, Colorado. Our agents and law enforcement are on the scene already, and we will share more information as it becomes available. I wonder how long it's going to take. Can I DM Kash Patel? Somebody needs to... Can I message him? I can't DM him. Yeah, because I need to tell him, like, bro, like, what are y'all doing? What are you guys doing? I tweet at him, yes. Like, really, this is nuts. Y'all really need to get on top of some of these people online. They promote this shit, and there's nothing ever happens. Oh, nothing happens to him. Yeah.
This is amazing.
More online censorship. This isn't, well, guys, this is not more online censorship. It was never acceptable to make calls for violence and to promote terror organizations. This is not, guys, this is not censorship. This is the law. This is the First Amendment. I don't want any new rules. All I want is the existing rules to be applied fairly to the people that are obviously breaking them. Like, somebody got to say this shit, man. FBI personnel, what is this here? Are on the scene in Boulder along with local law enforcement. We are investigating this incident as an act of terror and in the targeted violence. All the necessary assets will be dedicated to this investigation. If you have any investigative tips, please contact the FBI. We can find you. You cannot hide? Well, then why can't you find anybody online? Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Can I DM this guy? Maybe I should DM him. No, I can't DM him either. Yeah, I mean, really, they're not paying attention to this shit. Like, honestly, they're not. And so this is the guy that did it right here.
The DMs are off. How are they supposed to get a tip?
Several pro-Israel supporters were attacked by a guy with fire by a pro-Hamas protester. I don't know about him being pro-Hamas. It's hard to say. We don't know that yet. Yeah, I called the FBI to report people doing this online, and they just hung up on me. Thank goodness you have the balls to say it. For real, bro. Thank you. Yeah, this is embarrassing, man. Like, because the thing is, like, I support... I think the like, how are you letting a bunch of people go from the FBI whenever you should get them... You should recalibrate them and have them, like, do this. Right? Before you fire them, at least.
The governor of Colorado said, I am closely monitoring the situation in Boulder. And my thoughts go out to the people who've been injured and impacted by this heinous act of terror. This is the governor of Colorado calling it a heinous act of terror and saying people have been injured. Hate-filled acts of any kind are unacceptable, he says. While details emerge, the state works with local and federal law enforcement to support this investigation. More info will be provided as it comes available.
According to the witnesses who spoke with CBS, the suspect attacked people walking to remember the Israeli hostage. This is not a protest. It's a peaceful walk to show solidarity with the hostages and their families, and a plea for their release, said Run for Their Lives, who organized the walk. Domestic terrorism. I mean, it's not even a question whether it's domestic terrorism or not. I mean, it's unequivocally domestic terrorism, and anybody can see that. I mean, if you think it's not, I mean, I think that you're just trying to hide something that's obviously the case. The video could be TOS, by the way. I know, that's why I'm pausing and not showing the video. But thanks for reminding me. So, yeah. Exactly why shutting down harmless domestic terrorism groups is such a necessity. That's right. Clear images of the guy who threw some kind of incendiary device. This is it. Yep.
What?
Jesus.
That's a drum.
Witnesses were here. We've taken them to another location to debrief them and interview them. As we do that, I think the picture will become more clear. But it would be irresponsible for me to speculate on motive this early on. We're only a couple hours into this thing.
About the suspect, can you confirm the description about him? Because we know any picture running in social media.
I haven't seen it, and obviously I wasn't here when he was arrested. All I know is it's an adult male. We're working to identify that person. We're working to figure out where they're from, and we're in contact with our federal partners.
Yeah, they put a guy up that doesn't know anything, so they can just say they don't know anything.
At the group?
That is being investigated as well. So our initial call, as I mentioned, was a report that someone was setting people on fire. That is fairly consistent with the injuries that we found.
So that's what happened.
We're not 100% certain how that happened, and that's what we're doing to interview. There's a lot of witnesses that we're interviewing. I suspect within this evening, I suspect we'll have a better idea of exactly how those injuries occurred.
Are you guys going to have additional security for Jewish and Israeli people helping the hostages in the circle right now? Because this is a weekly occurrence, are you guys going to now have some additional security measures to protect you and Boulder?
So what I will say is, again, I cannot confirm right now that this was targeted at a specific group of people. We understand that there's a lot of tensions right now on a lot of issues in the United States and everywhere. Once we have a clear motive, we will react accordingly. And if that motive was a group was targeted, we will absolutely.
No, that's fair for him not to.
That additional security, additional presence. We want people to feel safe no matter what they're here for.
How many people were injured?
I don't have an exact number. What I will say is multiple.
What do you know?
I can confirm that Boulder Community Hospital received multiple patients, and some of those patients were transferred to other hospitals. Right now, we have detectives working to find out specifically
If they had to be transferred, that means there's probably a lot.
Again, hopefully later this evening we'll have the exact number. Right now, I'll just say multiple. Take like one more question.
Any life-threatening injuries?
I believe so. What I'm being told is there are a range of injuries from very serious to more minor. And again, I just am, my heart goes out to those victims, and we're keeping them in our thoughts, prayers, and minds as they recover.
Or they're
I gotta go back to
understaffed.
the command post.
Yeah, maybe.
And I'll tell you that we are going to have another update later tonight. We will post that out and we will live stream it as well. So follow our social media for the next update. We will have another update for you this evening. Thank you.
They're just plugging their fucking live stream. Fuck.
We will put that out if we do. Right now, we just have these.
Uh-huh.
Thank you. We will put out when we have another update tonight.
Thank you.
Just staying away.
The public information officer for the Boulder Police Department. We are in the very, very early stages of this active investigation, and Chief Stephen.
This is the beginning. We'll watch this.
What happened this afternoon?
What happened? There was another terrorist attack from a anti-Israel person who threw Molotov cocktails into a peaceful protest of children and burned multiple people alive and killed them. That's what happened.
Hold on, see it.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yeah.
As Dion said, my name is Stephen Redfern. I serve as the police chief here in Boulder, Colorado.
Killed?
Today, I'm here to give you very.
Yeah, my understanding is that 2 people were killed. Is that something that's not true? If that's not true, then I apologize. It's not true, at least it's not certain yet? Okay, so we don't know yet.
Preliminary information
Definitely
about an attack that
Yeah,
occurred
we'll find
here
out.
in downtown Boulder at about 1:26 p.m.
Can't know yet?
today.
Yeah, we'll see.
At that time, Boulder dispatch received several calls to the county courthouse located at 1325 Pearl Street here in Boulder. The initial callers indicated that there was a man with a weapon and that people were being set on fire. The initial response by our officers, we were on scene very quickly. When we arrived, we encountered multiple victims that
Holy
were
shit.
injured with injuries consistent with burns and other injuries. While our officers and paramedics and fire department personnel got those victims quickly to the hospital, our officers
Might be confusing a Paris attack. Oh, you know what? I was. I apologize. I was thinking about the Paris attacks.
We encountered that suspect who was taken into custody without incident.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
suspect, who I'm not
No,
able
I was
to
wrong
ID
about that.
at this time, was
That's right.
taken to the hospital with some minor injuries as
Another
well.
terror attack.
And there's a lot more we're investigating right now before I'm able to release information on that person.
Yeah, I think
the
that makes
scene,
sense.
Itself is contained, but we have a large area here in downtown Boulder closed off right now.
Why can't not
Businesses
ID
have been
them?
closed,
They
and we
just
have
hope
asked
they don't
people
do it
to avoid the
immediately.
area. This area is not safe yet. We're dealing with a vehicle of interest. We're dealing with a large area that we are making sure it's safe before we allow people to come back into the scene.
Yeah.
If your vehicle is here in the several block perimeter that we have,
New video,
please
suspect
follow our
yelling, "How
social
many
media.
people have
We
you
will
killed?"
announce when the roads are open and people can retrieve.
If you want to find me to clip that, you can send it to Ahmad. I can watch it.
Through this complex scene. What I will say, lastly, is this was a beautiful Sunday afternoon in downtown Boulder on Pearl Street, and this act is unacceptable. I hope you'll join me this evening as we're working.
There's a pause. Do you think there should be consequences for leftist influencers fueling this extremism? I think that if you are promoting and providing a platform for this type of extremism, then yeah, I do think so. I don't think that being anti-Israel is obviously, right? Like, I mean, I'm not a big fan of Israel. I'm just an even smaller fan of burning people alive that support Israel. I think that's even worse than Israel itself. But like in general, these are two different things. So I do think that, I really think that what needs to happen is that these websites, like places like Reddit, and I think Reddit and Twitter are probably the 2 worst places for this type of radicalism. And I think it's especially true on Reddit. I think that really the FBI needs to be, and TikTok, yeah, TikTok's another one too. You're right. I forgot about that. Twitch, I mean, Twitch is really just pretty much, I mean, it's centered entirely around Hassan, right? I mean, like, that's, let's be honest, right? And like 3 orbiters that don't matter. So, like, that's about it. The majority, though, I mean, and Twitch is like a microcosm compared to the size of Twitter or Reddit or TikTok, right? I mean, like, let's be honest, right? And it's like nothing. It's like 1%, if not less, I mean. And so the truth is that I do think that the FBI needs to look into a lot of these people that are advocating for violence and pushing for violence. Because I think that it's all over these platforms. It's not like it's something that's like just stated offhandedly or whatever. It's everywhere. Literally everywhere. And I'm not talking about somebody who's like saying, I hate Israel, fuck Israel. I'm saying somebody who's saying we should burn Israelis, you know, Israelis deserve to suffer for this. You know, like if you punch somebody like this or you hurt them, it's okay. Like there are so many overt calls for violence that are happening on social media right now that I don't even think that we need to get into the gray areas because there are so many black and white examples right now. And nothing is happening to these people and there's no consequences for it. The websites aren't moderating it and they're just letting these people run wild. And I think the truth is that the way to solve this is so easy and these companies are just simply refusing to do it. Like, really, they're just refusing to do anything. And so, and it's not even, the thing is also, like, I blame the platforms, but I mainly blame the FBI. Because this is their job. They're supposed to investigate these people and prevent these people from existing and from, like, you know, posting this stuff and hold them accountable. And nothing happens. And these are the same people, by the way, that were posting the 8647 thing. Like, how many cryptic messages and calls for violence are we going to have until people realize
like
that these people are obviously malicious, they are obviously aggressive, they are obviously not only condoning violence, but actively trying to support it in the most subversive way that they're allowed to? Come on. Like, what is this? By your initial logic, even Twitch is to be blamed for some extent to this? Twitch, yes, Twitch has become a hotbed for extremism for this kind of stuff. And I think that you, like, I mean, really, like, whenever you see Hassan reading the Israeli Shooters Manifesto, and the chat, his sub-only chat in emote-only mode is spamming his emote for being subscribed to him, and it's a heart emote. And as far as I know, these people probably never got banned. There's nothing that ever, I don't know, like, do they still have their account? Like, whatever happened to these people? Why not say 4chan as well? Because 4chan is so unhinged that literally everything on there is retarded. But the difference between 4chan and Reddit and Twitter and TikTok is that it's much more one-dimensional in its problems. So it's not that 4chan is okay and doing it on 4chan is all right. But what I'm saying is that 4chan has 50 problems and these other places have like 3. And so it's easier to focus on. And also it's probably easier to find people that are posting on like TikTok, for example, because they're posting on accounts that they probably have linked to their phone number. It'd be a lot easier to find them.
I mean, it's
through this investigation, we are working.
When did 86 become violence? It never was violence when I worked at a restaurant. Okay. So, let me think of a way to explain this. Well, let me just explain the idea rather than try to come up with a metaphor. Trump's not in a restaurant. He's not in a restaurant. He's not working in a restaurant. Neither is James Comey. So it's easy to say that, but different things have different meanings in different contexts.
came from the command post. We've got dozens and dozens of people here, our state, local, and federal partners working through this to figure out exactly what happened. I ask for a little bit of patience as we do that, but also I ask that you join me in thinking about our victims, the families of those victims, and everyone involved in this tragedy.
Yeah.
Our hearts go out to them, and we are going to do everything we can to work as hard as we can throughout the evening to provide more information and get answers for everyone. With that, as I stated, it would be irresponsible for me to speculate right now on motive and other things.
Yeah, it's hard to
I
say.
will take maybe a handful of questions, but then I've got to go back to a briefing.
I had a quick one.
Yes, Sean.
Was an actual protest going on when this occurred? Were a group of people gathered and were words said that would indicate this had anything at all to do with that protest?
So what I will tell you, on Pearl Street, it's a walking pedestrian mall downtown here. There was a lot of people out. Very beautiful day.
Do you think this attack was fueled by left-wing extremism? Yeah. I mean, like, I'm not the police, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. But yeah, 100%. I mean, they have to be sure before they say it, because like them saying it means more than me saying it. But it sure seems like it.
There was a group of pro-Israel people that were there in a peaceful demonstration. I wouldn't even call it a protest. I believe.
You don't even know what happened? I mean, I just watched him explain what happened, right? I mean, like, we've been looking at it. What do you mean I don't know what happened? It's obvious what happened. They just said what happened.
That happens frequently down here. They were there in that area. We are looking and actively interviewing victims and witnesses to determine if that group was targeted or others, and we just don't have those
Molotov
answers
cocktails
yet.
are free speech, guys.
Be able to provide you later this evening.
FBI is already calling it a targeted terror attack.
Yeah.
Would you also refer to it as a terror attack?
So I've been in contact with our local FBI multiple times. We are in contact with them here. We are not calling it a terror attack at this point. Again, it's way too early to speculate motive. You know, I know there's a lot out there on social media, but I ask people just to give us a little bit of patience while we work through a really complex scene.
Yeah, because they gotta.
of
Because here's what happens. They might know exactly, but they can't say it until they get the full report.
Witnesses were here. We've taken them to another location to debrief them and
No,
interview
he
them.
knows.
As we do that, I think the picture will become
Or they
more
put
clear.
out someone that didn't know
but
anything.
It would be irresponsible for me to speculate on motive this early on. We're only a couple hours into this thing.
About the suspect, can you confirm the description about him? Because we know any picture running in social media.
I haven't seen it, and I
He doesn't know.
here when he was arrested.
Yeah.
All I know is it's an adult male. We're working
Where
to
is this?
identify
It's in
that person.
Boulder,
We're working to figure out
Colorado.
where they're from, and we're in contact with our federal partners
Yeah.
as well as we figure that out.
Was something thrown at the group?
That is being investigated as well. So our initial call, as I mentioned, was
Yeah, so this is the part that I had already seen. And so, yeah, it seems pretty obvious that that's what happened. Let me go back. It looks like this is frozen or
someone was setting
something.
people on fire.
We're here, brother. We're here. We can't do nothing about that. We can't do nothing. We can. Not here. You have to answer this. Not here, bro. You're not.
I'm taking video right now.
He's spraying alcohol.
Spraying alcohol, but what he did was he made it look like he was sharing.
He's making Molotov cocktails.
Oh, the fire's on the ground
I
right
mean,
now.
he just said Palestine. Listen. So, I mean, it's very obvious that this was a politically motivated action.
Well, we can't do it when he's got Molotov cocktails in there. If you are fighting, you have to. That's what he's got right here. Is Molotov cocktails.
Holy shit. Wow. And this is the guy's name. I don't know. This is the definition of terrorism? Yeah. Mohammed Solomon. Public execution should be brought back. Yeah, I'd be fine if we did that. Anyway, so this is pretty much what it is.
Information in 10 seconds on the internet than the police could even provide. They fucking whack it, bro.
It's another California crash out. I know, it's been a whole day since the last one, but it's happened again.
This city from San Diego doesn't even look like America anymore, but it's exactly what I voted for. As ICE conducted a surprise raid on a restaurant.
I love that.
Doesn't even look like America anymore, but it's exactly what I voted for. As
there are so many people that feel this way. Yes. Thank fucking God we're finally dealing with these psychos.
ICE conducted a surprise raid on a restaurant in San Diego with the residents getting very upset.
Uh-oh. Apparently they heard that Stephen Miller guy. They were like, okay, all right, we're going to go to the restaurants then.
Yeah. Even trying to block the cop's car.
Ah, there it is. This stuff will only stop, and this type of behavior will only stop when they get arrested. Tear gas isn't enough. It's gonna, it's gonna bother them for like maybe a couple hours, maybe a day or so. Like I've been maced before. Actually, I've been pepper sprayed before. My friend got pepper spray, and I said, "Do you know if it works?" He's like, "I don't know. You tell me." And of course, he sprays me with it. And man, it does work. It really does. How to feel it sucks. Are you pissed? No. Yeah, not really. Uh-oh.
Loud bangs and smoke filled the air as stun grenades exploded on the streets of South Park. U.S. immigration and
you've got to come in and bring in the police and arrest these people en masse.
They're at
it's
South
only going
Park
to stop.
right now.
These people are only going to stop this behavior when they have a degree of accountability for it. That's the big problem. It's in South Park.
This is the next South Park episode.
You know, truth is stranger than fiction, I guess. And that's the issue. Like, if you have people standing in the way of a police car, well, then they're committing a crime. They're intentionally preventing the police from being able to do their job. Like, just immediately arrest them and charge them with something. Like, I don't even know. Like, why is this even a conversation? This seems like such a simple idea. What's the issue? The problem is they'll go, "I told you so." What do you do with that? I'd say you're right. Shouldn't have done it.
Customs enforcement agents using the devices to scatter the crowd of people blocking their cars and cussing at agents. General Manager Renato Amatrano says agents provided a warrant and scanned everyone's IDs. He believes 3 employees could not provide identification and were taken away.
It should have been 4 employees. It should have been him being taken away for questioning for how he managed to hire 3 illegal aliens. How is it that you just accidentally hired 3 illegal aliens?
Yeah.
And arrest the people who hire them. Yeah, like I don't like this is the way I see it. I actually don't blame the illegals that much. I think the main fault lies with the business owners. Because the illegals are just following the incentive. If I lived in Venezuela or one of these other countries that's like problematic, I would want to come to America too. I would. I would want more than anything to come to America. And so, like, and why is it? Well, it's because you can get a job here. They are the ones that are enabling it. They create the carrot. So if you don't go after the people making the carrots, then you're never going to solve this problem. Everyone's following that incentive, though? Yeah. Do it the legal way, though? Well, yeah, of course, right? But, like, you can, am I crazy for saying that, like, I can totally empathize and see why illegal aliens come here? Of course it makes sense. Absolutely. But it's really it's on the government and it's on these businesses to hold these people accountable.
Yeah.
So contrary to what they want you to think, they aren't just shaking down.
Also, what's important in mind is that the people that are doing this, it's about stopping the behavior. Because ultimately, the goal shouldn't be putting people in jail. It should be making a behavior stop happening. And until you hold people personally responsible for hiring these people intentionally and not vetting them intentionally so they can, you know, like plead ignorance, then it's just going to keep happening.
Random brown people in the streets, it seems they're going after specific criminals that haven't turned themselves in, then collecting anybody also undocumented that they discover collaterally.
But yeah, it's AoE damage. You go after one person that's like some sort of like, you know, a predator or whatever, and there's like 4 other people around them that are also illegal. Well, shouldn't have been here.
Also exposes their boss for knowingly employing them and potentially others.
Yeah.
As the Trump administration has already handed out millions of dollars of fines for.
Not enough. Put them in jail. Put them in jail for human trafficking. This will stop overnight. Fines don't work. Fines are nice, and they're, you know, I mean, like a traffic fine, like, you know, speeding or whatever, okay. But like, no. You've got to put people like this in jail. You can't put a business in jail, that's the issue. There is somebody who made the decision not to vet these people. You find out who that person is at the company, and you arrest that person, and you put them in jail. It's the owner. The reason why businesses do these practices that are consumer unfriendly is because they think that they're safe. How to make them stop doing the practices? Take away the safety. It's that simple. Again, everything is about incentives.
So someone with a warrant could have used the CBP app to self-deport, get a free ride home, and receive $1,000. But instead, they'll send a couple of their friends home with them. But when the local news outlets report on it, the outrage only seemed to face ICE, as they called it, people in military tactical gear playing like they're in Afghanistan, just screwing with people on a nice Friday. Although they did indeed detain 2 of the workers, and the restaurant couldn't open for dinner after. So maybe there was a reason they went after that specific restaurant, but they conveniently made that the smallest part of their report. So now more of these fools are contributing to the problem.
Just watched, listened to the ICE raid.
You're a business owner? Do you really want business owners to be personally liable for anything their business does? Well, that's literally what I just said. Yeah, what do you mean? Would I, like... Yes, obviously, because I think that they're ignoring it on purpose. I think that they know that these people, like, here's the question. Do you think that the people that are running these companies and running these restaurants know that the people they're employing are illegal? I think the answer to that is yes. How do you prove intent? Well, with an investigation. You investigate their correspondence. You look at whether they were doing due diligence to make sure that these people were actually American citizens. You see if they had any communication with this person that would indicate that they knew that they were an illegal alien. And then after you do that, you find out whether they're guilty or not. And then if they are, you put them in jail. It's really simple. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's yeah, what do you mean?
San Diego at the Italian restaurant, where they took the manager and the workers.
Check their paychecks?
And the people stepped up and surrounded ICE, which was great because they did not show a warrant to anybody.
General Manager Renato Amatrano says agents provided a warrant and scanned everyone's IDs.
Got me thinking, we need to start carrying wire cutters, a pair of wire cutters in our pocket. Doesn't take up much room. Yeah, you could use them for zip ties, but you can also use them for valve stems on vehicle tires.
That's crazy that you have, again, another fucking boomer that's actively insinuating that you should cut off the valves and the tires of government vehicles. That's nuts. So causing an accident? Yeah. And this is the problem, is that people like this are so cavalier and they feel so safe being able to say stuff like this and promote this type of violent behavior. And this is why things are getting worse. The reason why things are getting worse is because people won't call this out for what it is and hold these people accountable. And because of that, things escalate and they get worse as a result. Like, you could have stopped this from being a problem years ago, but you didn't do that because you were afraid of the pushback. And now it's become an even bigger problem, and there's going to be even more pushback. Cash Patel and Dan Boingo need to go after these people? Yeah. They feel emboldened because the media protects them? Well, the media is not the government. Media can't do shit.
I really believe he thinks he's some sort of crafty freedom fighter, but I'm pretty certain he just committed a felony. as hyper-left Reddit also went in on the situation, writing long mod posts complaining about how many resources went into this, saying, if it can happen to us, it can happen to you again.
That's right, guys. If somebody gets arrested for committing a crime, we shouldn't let that happen, because you too could also get arrested even though you're not committing a crime. What a retarded logic. That's so stupid. As a liberal, these things make me sick. These people are deranged. They do not represent my values as a liberal. Then push back against it more, because the problem is that this is defining their entire platform.
More fear-mongering, trying to rally their base into action, as there were plenty of posts thanking the people blocking the cops. But then an awful lot of body shaming, talking about them
all
being
the fat gravy seals, so brave with their masks.
The gravy seals, which is rich, coming from Reddit, as they're likely singling out this specific copper, who is admittedly large, but more of a...
I feel like that's a pretty big, I wouldn't fuck with that guy. I'm gonna be honest, I would not fuck with that. That's a big guy. Yeah, I mean, that's not this is a linebacker. This is not, I don't know, man.
A lineman build than anything.
Yeah.
As if I was assembling a squad, I'd take him over.
You'd be surprised. Yes, of course, obviously, the furries and femboys on Reddit don't understand that. But yes, there are guys that are heavier, but they're in shape.
Any of these idiots screeching with their phones out. Just because the police show restraint doesn't mean they're afraid.
He's the tank.
But now they're pounding on their chests as if they actually accomplish anything other than increase.
Heavier, but
any of these idiots screeching restraint doesn't mean as if they actually accomplish these resources that will be across the country. Work sites like the one in Florida are being raided as well.
Yep.
With the local Florida outlets doing montages of women crying.
Correa could not hold.
I am so glad that we are past the point of giving a fuck about some woman crying about some shit. Wow, I'm so sad that my illegal alien husband is being deported after being here, probably committing identity theft and other forms of fraud, and illegally entering the country. Wow, what a fucking shame. This is such a tragedy. Too bad.
Back her pain. She screams injustice after her husband was placed on an expedited deportation order after showing up to his immigration check-in in Miami. Immigration court attorney Antonio Ramos tells us this is now the new normal.
What I've been seeing is out of the few people, most of them, they have crimes, previous crimes.
Where this man's wife also got...
How is it that somebody gets charged, they're found out to be an illegal alien, and they don't just get immediately deported the moment that they get in the cop station? I don't understand. How does this happen? This is the most retarded thing I've ever heard.
Detained, which is an incredibly sad scene.
Yep.
But kinda deranged how Twitter users shoved the camera in the husband's face, with Reddit highlighting how the kid was crying. They really think if we see something sad enough, the country's just gonna forget it has law.
Yeah, guys, if don't you see this photo of this kid crying? We can't have laws anymore. They're gonna make this kid cry. Yeah, we can't have borders. Look at this sad family. It's emotional manipulation. Yeah, it is. It's blatant emotional manipulation that's done to cater to the lowest common denominator of the mentally, I'm trying to think of the best way to say it. The mentally incapable. It's bad emotional manipulation? Yeah. It's just more emotional blackmail. Yep. Do not care.
But after the Maryland man fiasco turned out to be a dangerous gang member, the general public doesn't know what to believe anymore, and the montages of crying families just feels manipulative. As this is the same exact ploy they tried to use back in 2019 when they cried outside empty cages in a white suit, but said absolutely nothing about the hundreds of thousands of missing kids during the Biden administration. Where even when the reporting tried to downplay the story, they admitted the missing kids are at risk. They just can't suggest that all the missing kids are in danger. So good.
Not all of them are in danger. Only some of them.
No, they have a certain percentage of acceptable losses that only exists when Trump isn't in office. But now that he is, once he tries to fix it, places like New York City will also try to block ICE.
You will be placed under arrest and charged with disorderly conduct. This is the New York City Police Department. You are unlawfully in the roadway. Since you have refused to leave the roadway, you will be placed under arrest.
There we go. All right. This is what you love to see. Okay, yep, just arrest them and get rid of them. We need bigger prisons? I think so.
Just get rid of them.
On the charge of disorderly conduct.
And in Boston,
I feel like a lot of these people are unemployed anyway, so if we put them in jail and then gave them a job to do in jail that they had to do, like, wouldn't this kind of solve two problems, right? I mean, number one, you wouldn't have to deal with them. Number two, they get work experience. I feel like this is a win-win situation. Yeah, this is really good.
People are bragging about stopping them on social media.
Remember, are you trying to bring back slavery? No, this isn't slavery.
You are the major power in your community. If you show up with people you trust quickly, you can protect kids, you can protect families. So form information networks, know where ICE is in your community, and show up. They will just leave. They are not brave enough to steal kids when an entire community comes around to protect them.
Not even aware who they are protecting.
ICE says they were surveilling a murderer's home in their car when a crowd surrounded their vehicle, blew their cover, and they had to pull off the target. Again, a murderer.
Wow. This is when...
Holy shit.
None of this will ever change until the people that are making the calls to find out and surround the car aren't being put in jail. And I hope the government knows this. You are doing literally nothing. Because you're not solving the disease, you're only treating the symptoms. You need to cure the disease. And the disease is that these people think that they can do this and get away with it. That's it. Give them accessory to murder? Yeah. Yeah, just give them something insane. And then it would immediately stop. Prison space that fits regulations is at an all-time low. Then change the regulations. Seems pretty simple to me.
Identity politics gets dangerous. Assuming police are always bad and their targets are always good is something only criminals and people that blissfully think they'll never be victimized will believe. So where exactly are they getting this idiotic ideology? From their political leaders, like this Tennessee state representative.
This is great. We've got our girl squad and we're bullying the ICE vehicles and state troopers. So this is a win.
There are two groups of people in the world that cause all of our problems. Every single time. It's actually impressive.
He's kind of right.
Your favorite blonde state rep. So they're probably running our information.
But even Congress people in New Jersey are doing the same, where apparently she even shoved an ICE officer. But now...
Bro, this was a fucking insane crash out. And assaulting law enforcement. Yes, finally getting charged. Thank God. Yeah, prisons are private. Build one. Wait, you're right. That's a good idea. Yeah, wait, yeah, that's smart. Yeah, so we could call it Roach Ranch. Oh shit.
Now is being charged for assault. And even Congressman Nadler's staffer was seen being arrested for allegedly harboring someone. So I really wonder how long they'll gleefully display their defiance when their friends all start getting jail sentences. As it sounds scary that this administration would start throwing politicians in prison, but they brought it upon...
It's not scary. It's justified. If you break the law and you do something wrong and you're tried and convicted for it, then you should go to jail. It's that simple. It's wanted even, and I think this is a universal perspective. There's a lot of Democrats that felt that was unfair for Trump because they thought Trump should have gotten in more trouble for things that he did. And I think that there's a lot of Republicans and conservatives that feel like Democrats should have gotten in trouble for things that they did too, like for Hunter Biden, for example. And so this is something that everybody wants. I don't know why it doesn't happen. In all seriousness, do you really think that they should bring back prison labor? Yeah. Yeah, I do. If you can, I'm a big advocate for this. I think it's a great idea. So if you're putting these people in jail, why wouldn't you put them to work? Why not? If you can't, like, really, why? Like, I mean, do you see how problematic that is? Well, wait a minute. Let me read your message. What about it's problematic? Yeah, I'm confused. Yeah, well, because to me, it seems like it seems like everybody wins. It seems like a perfect solution. Force them to make Apple iPhones? Oh, China not gonna like that. Actually, I don't even think they make those in China anymore. Yeah, I don't know where the fuck they make them. Yeah, counter-argues that restart El Salvador does it. Things are fine. No, I mean, there's a lot of ways I would look at it. But let me go back. I can find it. It incentivizes arrests. Yeah, I think that's a good thing. I think more people should be arrested for crimes. I mean, after you see all these people that are running wild and doing all kinds of crazy stuff that are in the public, yeah, that's the point. I think work programs are really good, but working at prison so they can make money is bad. Why? Why is it bad for the prison to make them work so they can pay for the prison? So you have to pay rent for your house. You have to pay a mortgage for your house. You have to pay rent for an apartment. You have to pay, like a nightly fee if you're staying at a hotel. Why is it like, where is this where it doesn't make sense? Uninformed, but that's what I've heard. Well, no, I'm just, it's a slippery slope. I know that's the goal. Well, that's the goal, right? I mean, obviously that's the goal, because that's how you get arrested for a small time crime and get jacked up sentences so you make them more money. Well, you realize they're doing that already, right? And also, like, so the logic here is that if you can't make, like, these prisons already get money for prisoners to begin with. And also, I mean, should these people not be in jail? Like, obviously, yeah, there's going to be people like, so you're saying that people that are wrongfully convicted or unfairly convicted are going to have to do something bad. There's people that are unfairly convicted right now in jail. This is already happening. Like, we're talking about hypotheticals. Yeah, how many people really is this happening with, right? I mean, like, sure, yeah, maybe this will happen to a handful of people, definitely. I mean, there's always going to be collateral damage. Like, anytime that you have a rule or anytime you have a law or anything like that, you're always going to have collateral damage. Like, there's going to be people that are unfairly affected by something, no matter what it is, right? You raise the speed limit somewhere. This probably might, result in more accidents, but does that mean you shouldn't raise the speed limit? Freedom of speech causes problems, but it doesn't mean you shouldn't have it. Every law has people that get in trouble for it. Yeah, and I find that bad. I'm in a prison. Prison should be reformed, not animal penitentiary. I don't think that prison should be for reform or for punishment. I think prison should simply be a way to keep people out of public. Because really, the goal that I have, I don't think about what's in the best interest of the prisoners. That's kind of irrelevant to me. What matters to me is what's in the best interest of the population, of the society. And so if you think about what's in the best interest of the prisoners, that's nice. But when you thinking about their best interests causes the taxpayers and society to spend more money, to be less safe, I think that you are being completely unfair. And I think that you're doing something that's unethical and also immoral. Whenever you make innocent people pay and suffer more because of your perceived altruism or virtue, I don't consider this a good thing. I don't think it's a high-minded idea. I think it's dangerous. And it's actively dangerous. And you can see it being dangerous whenever you see these stories come out when some guy's been arrested 7 times. Do you think most of the criminals will get released back into society? Yeah, sorry for not making sense typing while I'm nervous. No, it's not a big deal. But yeah, no, I don't care whether it's for reform or punishment or anything, because the goal shouldn't be about them. Like, that's like a side effect. The goal really should be how to keep everybody else safe. So, like, you're talking about, like, you know, people's rights and everything. People have a right to be safe, and they have a right to not have their money go towards keeping these random fucking morons in jail and not getting anything out of it. It's a waste. The prison's not the punishment. The punishment is the removal of their freedom. They get to live in an area outside of their control, and without them having the ability to remove themselves from the environment, yeah. And so, like, depends on the rate of reformation. True, man? Yeah, definitely. And that's the goal is justice for the victims. It's not even justice for the victims. The goal is making sure that the rest of everybody else is safe and these people no longer pose a threat to society. That should be the main goal. It shouldn't be about getting revenge. It shouldn't be about hurting them. It shouldn't be about, you know, making them better people. All of that's irrelevant. What should matter is the people that are doing the right thing, how to make sure that they are safe and that things that are happening to them are the best possible thing. Don't like it, don't commit crimes. Yeah, and also, by the way, if prison sentences are worse, less people are going to commit crimes. It's just that simple. It's obvious. Yeah, justice for the victim doesn't make the murderer any less dangerous. Stopping the murderer does. Yeah, definitely. That's not how it works, though. It is, actually. It is. And you'd be surprised how easy it is. And if you don't know that, you should look at El Salvador. Oh, wow. Wow, it looks like all of this contemporary high-minded knowledge is just instantly gone the moment that somebody just goes and puts everybody that causes problems in jail, and then there aren't any more problems. Wow, what a surprise. Yeah. First, they came for the MS-13 members.
The law system
and then they came for, you know, like, I don't know, like the other, like, gang members. And then they came for the rapists. Then they came for the murderers. And then they didn't have to come for anybody anymore because there weren't any more problems. Everything was fine. That's it. Yeah. It's so fucking simple. Jesus. I don't know how people don't understand this. It's crazy.
Themselves when they actually convicted Trump of several felonies. But why exactly are they so desperately defending this, knowing the majority of Americans voted for Trump specifically for his border policies? As Congress in Burleson shows us, it's probably money.
California figured this out, that they can force the federal government to spend $9 for every $1 that it spends, and they're using it to launder money. They raise taxes on managed care companies, the companies that are providing Medicaid. So they go to these companies and say, we're gonna tax you, but don't worry, we're gonna give you all of the money that we just taxed you right back. And we're gonna pull down federal dollars, and that'll let us have more money so that we can spend it on expanding the population for Medicaid and spend it on illegal immigrants. In fact, is spending more money in federal dollars in California that we send in federal dollars than the entire state of Florida spends in 1 year in their entire annual budget.
I'm starting to see a comment.
Ah, wow, what a surprise. Can you guys believe it? It's actually about money.
Wow.
Yeah, can you believe that? Wow.
I can't really believe that.
Theme here. Once the Democrats find an issue that the masses have more emotions about than they have knowledge about, they frame themselves as the only solution, taking unlimited amounts of tax dollars for themselves without ever solving the issue. Now apply that same equation to green initiatives, education, overseas conflicts, and now immigration, and suddenly their inconsistent ethics all start to make sense.
Yeah, of course.
Don't doom scroll on social media all day when you have my concise, light-hearted commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, so subscribe to Decoy Voice.
I had no idea it was that bad in California. With them getting in front of the trucks and everything, I thought this was just some isolated Karen crash out. I didn't realize it was a huge group of people doing this all by themselves. Yeah, this is insane. Yeah, this guy's great, by the way. I've watched a lot of his video, Decoy Voice. Like, I love his videos. It's another California crash out.
What do we have else in the lineup?
today's story is actually going to tangibly impact you. So, for 5 years, there's been a battle waging at the highest levels of the games industry. It's massive. It's between Apple, it's between Epic, and it's around the principle of fairness. And the big news today is that Apple just lost. But they didn't.
This is a huge fucking W. Massive fucking W. Because basically Apple and Google have a duopoly over all apps on all smartphones. And Epic was suing them over that, and Epic won. This is huge. I didn't make a video about this or talk about this at all. I forgot why, but I'm actually like so happy this happened.
Lose because Epic Games outmaneuvered them or any kind of insane gigabrain play from Tim Sweeney. No, they lost because, in the words of the judge presiding over this decision, Apple leadership, quote, outright lied under oath, and in deciding not to comply with legal injunctions, Tim Cook, quote, chose poorly. It's an ominous thing for a judge to be...
He chose poorly, Jesus Christ.
He's saying to you. This, though, is a dramatic case. It has impacts that will reverberate across the entire games industry, and honestly, far wider than that, meaning it truly will impact everyone who watches this video. Here's how all this started. So, Tim Sweeney is a man on a mission, and it's a mission that's cost him and his company more than $1 billion over the last 5 years. It's fair to say that he's pretty committed. Now,
it stands to make them over 10 billion, or probably more than that.
Yeah. True.
5 years ago is when he decided that Apple and Google's exclusive storefronts on their mobile platforms were in fact unreasonable monopolies.
Yes.
In his opinion. Essentially, he says
yes, bro, yes! I fucking agree with this so hard. I was so happy to see this.
They don't earn their 30%.
Now, do it to MasterCard and Visa.
Yo.
This is the exact logic they need to apply to MasterCard and Visa. Holy shit.
Fee. Rather, they impose it, and that because of that, they're restricting how developers could make money and what sort of deals that they could actually offer to consumers. So what he decided to do was force their hand. So he started something called Project Liberty, and here's how it worked. Fortnite suddenly got an option where users could buy currency directly from Epic, right? Directly, not through your
Google Play
payment or Google payment thing. That, of course, meant that Apple and Google immediately booted Fortnite because it did break their store policies. And this is exactly what Tim Sweeney actually wanted. He wanted his game.
The ironic thing about this, and this is very clever by Fortnite, is that this commercial was made by Apple.
Kicked off. And we pretty much know that because Epic immediately filed lawsuits that they had been preparing.
Very clever.
These were designed to force the stores to change those policies. Now, in the case of Google, it actually went so much better than any of us could have expected. Evidence actually emerged that certain developers like Activision had been paid not to rock the boat, and that they deleted documents and were broadly proven to have acted unfairly.
What a surprise. What a surprise that the duopoly by two massive companies was actually propped up by a bunch of corruption. Who could have ever guessed?
They lost on all counts as determined by a jury.
And what's this here? It's actually much more impactful than this video is saying. I'm an app developer, and prior to this lawsuit, you charge 30% no matter what, even if you are below 1 million in sales. Yeah, no, I understand. This is a massive change. And remember, I was complaining about this for a while, and people were saying, oh, we'll just build your own. Nope. Don't need to now.
The platform was opened
up. Yeah, it's an antitrust market. Exactly.
New stores, and Google have appealed. It was a complete win for Epic, but their fight against Apple is an entirely different story. Things have begun to look quite bad for Epic. You see, the outcome of that initial trial, the original one, was an almost complete defeat for Epic Games. They basically could not prove being the emphasis word there, that any kind of monopoly or unfair action was going on. But there was one exception.
So obvious.
An injunction was placed against Apple, and this was to end anti-steering provisions. You might think, what is anti-steering? Well, it's actually pretty simple. So basically, it meant that Apple could no longer prevent developers from directing users to make purchases outside of the store. So basically, steering you, the customer, somewhere else. So as an example, that would be buying V-Bucks in Fortnite through a web client rather than through Apple's purchasing system, which would thus avoid Apple's 30% cut.
Right.
Now, at the time, the judge said that Apple should be entitled to something, but that they can't force people to use their in-app purchase systems. Apple then spent 3 years appealing, and you know, it's
Failed.
Apple, they can afford lawyers, but they really got nowhere on that front. And this
Fuck 'em. That's what you get.
It's when that same judge came back and filed a new injunction against Apple for their behavior in the last 3 years. And this one truly is remarkable. And depending on how things shake out, there could even be
Would this also affect Steam? No, it won't affect Steam because Steam doesn't have a monopoly that they can exercise in the same way that Apple and Google can exercise their monopoly. If Steam was 95% of the entire gaming market, then yes. But the big problem is that, so the issue is not that this is happening. The issue is that it's happening and nobody else has access to the market without using this. So like, for example, like you have dozens of other launchers that an individual can use that's not like Steam. You also have individual company launchers. You have the Epic's launcher, the Epic Games launcher. You have Good Old Games. So there are so many other instances where Steam is effectively like they don't have a monopoly the same way Apple does. It's just that simple. This is antitrust monopolies. That's the reason why it's bad. It's not even bad because of what they're doing. It's bad because they're doing it and nobody can say no. There's nowhere else to go to do it.
Component.
That's the difference.
Wild. So it wasn't just for a lack of compliance with the original order, but for contempt of court, which is usually frowned upon. So much so that they've been referred to the U.S. Attorney's Office to consider criminal contempt proceedings. That would be dramatic. Now,
I like the sound of that.
Was not pleased that Apple implemented new costly fees around off-app purchases, where basically they were effectively replacing one anti-competitive process with another.
Yes.
Meaning, of course, devs lose, but also us customers lose.
This is another very big component to it, is that the customers, it is ultimately, like, what should the law do? The law should make it to where customers and the most amount of people have the most fair and equitable ability to do business and to receive products at a reasonable price. That is what consumer protection laws are made to do. The fact is that Apple is actively working against that. They are actively working against that through lobbying. They are actively working against that through getting these different cases, fighting these cases. And they're ultimately trying to make you spend more money, the consumer, so they can get a percentage of that money.
While they were doing all that, they were also misleading the court over what they were doing. Here's a quote. That it thought this court would tolerate such insubordination was a gross miscalculation. As always, the cover-up made it worse.
Man.
For this court, there is no
This is the United States District. Oh my God.
Bite of the apple.
Damn.
GG, Judge. Quite the zinger. So she laid out then some clear rules. These are practices that Apple are banned from. Number 1, imposing a fee in purchases made outside an app. That means that they have no reason, therefore, to track those purchases.
Wow.
Made outside an app. Ban number 2, setting conditions on how devs can direct users outside of an app, including restricting how links work. Basically, you know those design anti-patterns that are just trying to get you, the consumer, to clearly do something by, making a link look weird or a misleading design, that sort of thing. Third, banning certain types of app from directing users to outside purchases. And finally, using, quote, emotive language to persuade consumers to remain in the in-store purchase system. Basically scaring people who don't know better and, well...
Something like where it comes up with like a red warning box and it says, warning, you might be leaving this store and your computer could be vulnerable. So they can't go and say that.
Actually seen Apple do some
scare the shit out of you.
You can go and make a purchase.
They did that? Of course they did.
Not using the App Store, but, the App Store is very secure and very safe, which, to an average person who's not tech savvy, could basically look like it's Apple saying, hey, you could get scammed if you don't click this link. P.S. This link gets us lots of money too.
Yes.
And of course the reason why these things are banned is, well, because Apple had been doing all of these things. That's what's led to this whole case. Now in response, they have now began complying and appealing. It'll be interesting to see how malicious...
So they're appealing and complying at least.
These companies have no power. The government has all the power. And if enough people get together, we can just make the companies do what we want. That's the truth. And if they don't do it, we put them in jail. That's it. It's literally it. And you support people to do that, and that's it. Never ask for permission, ask for forgiveness. Well, they're going to need forgiveness now. Giga chat, we the people. Yeah, there's no reason for the citizens to put up with this. The EU has already. The EU is way ahead of us on this kind of stuff. And I think that they definitely are much more tech savvy and they have better consumer protections than the US does. And we need to catch up to the EU.
Their compliance is, I imagine it will be as malicious as is humanly possible without getting in even more trouble. But all of this is happening while the rest of the industry is licking its lips. Some developers already had updates to go on this. Spotify were a major one. They framed this as a huge consumer win, which in fairness, I would say it absolutely is. Now we can do insane things like manage our subscriptions in an app. We can use different payment options and we can see
Think about how much money Apple's losing with this. Probably billions of dollars.
Yeah.
You can now buy Kindle books in the Kindle app. Patreon memberships are no longer marked up on iOS to counteract the store tax and lots of fees. But of course, let's bring it back to Tim Sweeney and Epic Games. So,
you could just create the account, but since you have to go through the Apple Store, you got to pay double instead of just going on their website.
The Epic Games Store mobile version already existed as of last year, but now they are really ramping things up. Within a week of the ruling, Epic announced their web store fee would drop to 0% for your first $1 million in revenue, with that starting this June. That's obviously
what a
awesome
surprise.
For a dev. Plus, much
it's
like
crazy if you're a dev.
Epic Online Services stuff, what they've done with the store is they've built a solution that people can use regardless of platform. So Google, be it Apple, anything. But more than that, it doesn't need to be the literal Epic Games Store. That's because web shops can basically run
the Trailer Park Boys?
Their infrastructure, and that will let any developer go outside Apple's payment system with no fuss. Yes, Tim Sweeney's definitely taken this one personal, and you know what? I'm here for the drama. Anyway,
he should. And also, like, I'm glad, like, I mean, Epic has done things that I've, like, disagreed with in the past. Like, especially like the way that they incentivize their launcher. And I even, by the way, just so you guys know, I was in the trenches. I met a guy at an industry function that worked at Epic, and I complained to him about every problem that you guys have with the Epic Game Store. I brought it right to him. And I said, here's my phone number, you want to text me, I can help you fix this. Listen, this is not good. Nobody likes this. It's annoying. Gamers hate this shit. And so that was it. I just want to let you know that I put the word in. I did my best.
Nice.
It is great for devs, but players are also being incentivized here, where you're going to get 5% reward points through purchases on those shops and the Epic Games Store, but that's boosted to 20% until the end of August. So that essentially is the big clap back against Apple. But there is the other thing, the Fortnite. So Tim Sweeney has proposed that Fortnite can return to app stores within weeks, like super quick, provided Apple allows them to do so. He also said he'll drop all litigation as part of a peace plan, provided Apple roll out this
Bro, he's actually putting, oh my god. He really playing some bullshit, huh? Yeah, he just putting it down.
Policy worldwide. And instead, as of the time of writing and recording this video, Apple have, went and blocked the Fortnite submission. Now, of course, all of this legal maneuvering so far is only in the US. The current policy implementation on Apple's side only applies in that region right now. Fortunately, though, for those of us benefiting from EU rules, we've already had some things for months already. And
see, this is the thing, right? Is EU is so far ahead of us with this.
Can't stop it. An absolute bomb was dropped in the industry in March of this year when both Google and Apple were found to be in breach of the Digital Markets Act by the EU Commission.
Oh, really? How interesting.
And this is pretty damn big stuff. They can absolutely sting these companies. So with Google, it was for anti-steering practices, and Apple was for blocking third parties from interfacing with their systems.
That's right.
This follows last August's, told you we'd come back to that, ruling that Apple had to open their platform up to alternative stores, and another breach from Apple in April of this year, also on steering. Now, in that last case, they also faced a cool little €500 million fine.
Just a 500 million, just to let you know, like, yo, by the way,
what?
You know, like, we know what you're doing, right? It's not a lot, but you know,
what was absolutely flagrant breaches of the law. Apple are obviously appealing because that's what you do when you're a company, but there's a clear thing, there's a clear trend. The tide is absolutely shifting. Now, it's not going to happen in all regions, but we are seeing...
The reason why the tide is shifting is because more and more people are getting old enough and inside of the voting base who can understand how this unfair monopoly exists, and they're supporting candidates and policies that are tech savvy. So the big problem that we have right now is that, especially in government, like, you have two problems. Number one, you have politicians that are bought and paid for, which is the real problem. That's the main big problem. But the second problem that we have is that you have a tremendous amount of people that work in government that don't really have a functional day-to-day understanding with how technology works, because they don't use it the same way that we do, because they're like 75 years old. So they didn't grow up with it the same way that I grew up with it, or you grew up with it, or anything like that. And so as those people retire and leave the government and new people come in and replace them, you can see these companies easily having these rules being put on them much faster. And every single year, the tide turns, and it will begin turning faster and faster and faster. Now it's millennials? Yeah, exactly. I'm so glad this is happening. I've been waiting on this for a long time.
Regulation over major platforms to protect consumer interests from companies who otherwise would control them. So between that and, I guess, a billionaire slap fight led by Tim Sweeney, well, look, we should take these wins when we can get them. Not to bring up an old drama, and it is a bit of a different story, but I suppose a little bit like how Hulk Hogan versus Gawker was, in fact, Peter.
Bro, Peter Thiel doing that? Ultimate gamer move. Absolutely fucking based. I remember whenever he did that shit and he shut down that entire fucking website. Yeah, that was so good. So basically, Peter Thiel was like, he was like made PayPal, and, you know, he's like a well-known, like, you know, super rich billionaire guy, right? And so he got the fact that he was gay exposed by Gawker, but he couldn't do anything about it. Oh, he's in Palantir now? I didn't know that. But anyway, but yeah, he was in PayPal as well. And so Hulk Hogan, though, did have a case where they leaked a sex tape, I think, of Hulk Hogan, and Peter Thiel bankrolled the entire fucking lawsuit and killed Gawker. I remember when that happened, bro, like, I was so happy.
Gawker. You know, this is all kind of billionaire slap fights. Now, the thing with Tim Sweeney, right? He does have good principles. There are good principles that he talks about, right? And yes, it's good he's trying to hold Apple to those. But that does not make Tim Sweeney automatically on your side. Sometimes it just so happens that we're aiming at the same target. Now, he will end up benefiting from this massively, and in a financial way. And of course, that's because his company is the one building the wraparound solutions that power these out-of-app purchases. And that's really big. And that means that we can appreciate the consumer good that this does. We absolutely can. And the work that the regulators are doing to break down these walled gardens. And in an ideal world, right, once the walled garden is so big and so ubiquitous, you might have to, you know, restrict the freedom of Apple to go and run a monopoly, because not only will it be good for consumers, it will also be good for competition. But
yes, exactly. And it's most importantly good for everybody. The only people that it's good for now is Apple.
Yeah.
That's Apple platform is too large. Yeah. And absolutely.
I also do think, you know, Standard Oil gets broken up. Who's left with the money to gobble up all the assets? Oh, pretty much the same people. So there's always that thing then where you can have these good pro-consumer regulations, but it's the incumbents with the resources who are immediately able to get around them or exploit the new opportunity. And Epic Games basically, you know, doing its store as a backend to do payment providing for everybody else. Well, while it is good because it means there is more competition, it also does disproportionately benefit Tim Sweeney. So, Tim Sweeney...
That's fine. If somebody else benefits, but everybody else does at the same time, that's a win-win situation. Yeah.
Hey, you know what?
Okay.
You have led to a domino of events that I think is absolutely good for consumers, and I think it's good for developers. But that does not mean we will not be critical.
Apple Games L, Apple
And on the
PCL,
topic of the good guys being, let's just say, a little bit rumbly, okay, we have to talk about Capcom, and the good news is you can actually watch that video right now. The link is about to replace my face on the screen.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad that Bellyworm made a video about this. I saw this happen, and I never really talked about it when it did happen. It happened like almost a month ago, I'm pretty sure, maybe at least a couple of weeks ago, and it was a massive, massive issue. Missed that video? Well, I'm not going to watch it right now. I was going to do some other stuff right now. But yeah, that's really the way I feel about it. This is a huge, huge thing. And I think it also sets a precedent. I really hope that this opens up a conversation about how it's problematic that MasterCard and Visa effectively control the same duopoly with, what do you call it? They control the same duopoly with the payment processing. Because they do the exact same thing, and they make decisions based off of, oh, well, we don't think this is okay or not. Okay, well, if you don't think this is okay or not, and it's not breaking the law, then you've effectively removed an entire company from the market by just the nature of your company. You can't do that, right? That's not good for a free market to have a couple of people that just control the entire thing, especially whenever it's such an important part of the pipeline. So I really hope that this logic is applied to the other companies like this as well. I'm very happy about this. Isn't Steam at risk now with this? Steam is at risk now with this, but that's a good thing. Number one, it's a good thing because it's good for customers. And again, like, things that are good for customers are the main things that matter. Link it again. Yeah, give them a like, because
It would be awesome if Steam would allow you to link games that you bought from other people. Publishers.
Very, very happy about it.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, extremely happy about it. Japan's currently suffering.
Because, first off, Steam has the best deals anyway. Just that once or twice, you know?
Because of Visa? Well, that's Japan's laws, right? I mean, like, I don't know really what else besides that. Google is next. Yeah, definitely. Support Steam, boycott the rest. Steam is never at risk because it's actually good. The difference with Steam is that Steam doesn't operate a monopoly. Like, for example, like, I can just pull up this, right? Like, let's say I want to play Wuthering Waves. Okay, so I want to play Wuthering Waves. I can play Wuthering Waves on Steam, or I can play it on the official launcher, and it's very easy for me to do that. The difference with the Apple Play Store and the Google Play Store is that they create a bottleneck to where it's almost impossible to get any apps from anything else besides that. Or on Epic. Yeah, exactly, right? And I think, yeah, I had it on Epic Games as well. That's the reason why they're bad. And so, like, the problem with, I mean, like, I would agree with you that Steam is an issue if Steam was the only player on the market, but they're not. And there are tons of other people that have their own markets as well. And so Steam doesn't need to be regulated because it's not able to exercise a monopoly. What about game consoles too? I think that I think there probably could be an issue with that, but it just depends on what happens, right? And Apple's moving to buy Unity. That can be very dangerous. I mean, I don't know, maybe, right? I mean, I have no idea. The difference with also with Steam is that you can sell your stuff elsewhere and link it externally, but you cannot sell it for cheaper using Steam's infrastructure. I don't know about the nuance to that, so I just can't really comment on that, and I can't talk about that too much, right? Talk about Nintendo. Well, Nintendo, see, here's the difference, is that Nintendo doesn't own a monopoly on video game companies, on video game consoles. So, like, there are plenty of people that own an Xbox, and plenty of people that own a PlayStation, and plenty of people that own a PC. So the difference is that where in these other cases, Apple and Google pretty much control the entire pipeline, that's not the case with computers, or sorry, with phones, or with game consoles, Jesus Christ, with game consoles. So that's the big difference there.
Fallen. That's great. Loving chilling, dude. Chilling. Might pop on some Doom after maybe one more video. All caught up.
I was going to talk a little bit about that with multi-streaming, because obviously I know a lot of people have been wondering and curious, like, what's happening. My plan is tomorrow, I'm going to start multi-streaming on Kick. I joined the Kick Partner Program, and that's happening literally tomorrow. It is I press one button and I go live on another platform. And some of the big reasons why, and I'll talk a little bit about it. Some of the big reasons why is that I think that, and also, just in case anybody is concerned at all, nothing is going to change if you like watching on Twitch. Not a single thing. I'm going to be multi-streaming. I'm just simply streaming on Kick as well. I'm not moving over there. I'm not leaving Twitch. I'm not doing anything like that. I'm just streaming on there as well. And so anyway, yeah, I just joined. You gonna gamble? No, I don't like gambling. Why would I gamble? No, I talked to the guys there. I've had a good relationship with them, and so we set something up, and I joined the program, and that's it. And so, yeah. And again, the reason why I didn't go to YouTube is because of DMCA. It's not feasible for me to go to YouTube. Like, if I could do it, I would, but I'm not going to. And so I'm going to start and try and do Kick. Did you get a bag? No signing bonus or anything like that. I just joined the program, and that's about it. And the reason why is that, so they introduced, like, a thing for a while, like, Kick didn't let you multi-stream on there, or I would have done this earlier. And I think that, like, there are cases, like, for example, you saw how, like, Lucy Pyre got banned. And, going cheap? No, because it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter at all. Like, for me, it doesn't make a big difference in any capacity whatsoever. And so, because, like, the reason why I'm doing it is that I think that there are a lot of reasons, but one of the reasons is that I think multi-streaming is the future, and I think that fixating on one platform and forcing people to be exclusive on one platform is reductive for content creators, and I think that people like Destiny have shown that. I think people like, I would say Destiny is probably the best example that's shown that, and so, yeah, that's currently it. And user Asmongold, I honestly, like, we talked about it for a while. I've got to make sure that I have everything set up, and then I can link you guys to channel and everything like that. So, yeah. And that's currently what the plan is, right? And competition breeds innovation. Yes, exactly. Especially a platform that bans you for any woke reason. Well, this is another big reason, right? Why I wanted to move off of and not only stream on Twitch. One of the big reasons why is straight up because of the bans. Like, I see somebody like Lucy get banned yesterday for showing, like, a little bit of curvature as, like, a VTuber model, or I see somebody not get banned for, like, threatening violence. And I think to myself, like, this isn't a platform that has a lot of stability to it. It just doesn't. And so, like, that's really what my focus was. And I saw that, and I just think that there's a good probability and a good possibility that Twitch does, and I'm being serious about this, that Twitch makes a drastic change with the way that moderation happens on their platform. And when that happens, I wouldn't be surprised if the majority of my content becomes against my, becomes against the rules. And so that's really it. And you can say which Kick account. Yeah, I'll link everything and do all of that later on. I will. But yeah, that's currently what the plan is. Will you sometimes stream just to Kick to do some NSFW content? No, I'm gonna reserve that for OnlyFans. I'm sorry to say. Yeah, that's it. And throw us a link. Yeah, I'm gonna have a link in just a little bit and make sure I have everything set up. And if you're really fucked up to be banned on Kick, yeah, exactly, right. And will there be an offline channel on Kick too? I have not even thought that far. We got the offline channel on Twitch banned, but we're gonna try and do that for now, okay? And you can watch movies and shit on Kick exclusively. So I did talk to Eddie and them, and I'm not going to be doing anything exclusively on Kick. There will be one thing I may be doing as well, though, is that, you know, obviously they have a lot of connections. And so I was thinking about doing my own podcast where I do interviews with, like, different high-profile people. And if I did that, I would probably record that on Kick and then just put it on YouTube. So that's another possibility, right? Because, like, obviously Steak and Eggs podcast is obviously dead, and we stopped doing that. And, you know, that's it. And so, and again, guys, if people don't want to watch it live, you're going to have it on YouTube as well. So that's what matters the most. What about other platforms in the future? Yeah, I plan on doing that too. Yeah, but I'm going to start with Kick, and I think that's the best idea. And I want to see how that goes, and then basically make a decision after that and see, okay, well, like, how did this go? How are people reacting to this? Has this been beneficial? And then I'll think about other platforms after that as well. But I think it's a smart thing to do to just go with the second biggest live streaming platform right now. That would be it. And that's it. Is multi-stream against TOS? It's not anymore, and that's why I'm doing it. So the reason why I didn't multi-stream back in the day is because I wasn't allowed to. Like, for a long time, Twitch forced you into exclusivity, and the people that weren't forced into it had contracts that locked them into it. But I never had one of those contracts, number one. And number two, that rule has gone away. That was bad. It was. Will there be ads? Will there be ads? No. Period. No. I'm going to be totally honest, guys. I could show you guys how much I make, right? Like streaming on there. Like that'd be fine. Like I don't really care. But I don't really care that much about money. Like if I want to make a lot of money, there's a lot of ways for me to be able to make money. And like streaming is only one avenue of me being able to make a lot of money. Like I could make money doing like 10 or 20 different things, right? And so, please, you're interested? Yeah, and so I don't care about ads. I don't want any ads for you guys. I'm not going to run any of this stuff. And I'm going to try to make sure that we're uploading at the highest quality. This is one of the things that I talk to the guys at Kick about making sure that the quality for the streams is higher and better. And so that way, you know, it's an improvement as well. So you guys can see that. So yeah, that's currently what the plan is. And that's going to be starting tomorrow too. And there's not a big difference between like what's going to be happening today and tomorrow. Like I'm literally just going to be doing the same thing. At the beginning, it's probably going to be harder for me to integrate chats between like Kick and Twitch. And so that's probably like something I'll need an app for or a plugin for or something like that. Now I'm going to be looking through that soon. But that's currently what my plan is. You said that yesterday? Well, no, I did say that. Okay, so I'm just going to completely pull back the curtain. I'm going to tell you guys exactly what happened. I put off making this announcement for like a month, and they were getting annoyed by it because I'm the kind of person that just puts everything off, and they're like, bro, can you please just fucking announce this and start doing it? I'm like, okay, fine, I'm gonna start doing it, June 1st. And so I checked the calendar, and I thought that May had 30 days to it, and I told them I would announce it on June 1st. And so yesterday, I went live thinking it was June 1st, and about an hour and a half into the stream, I looked down and it said 5:31. And I was like, that's why at the time, I was like typing to somebody. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, yeah, all right, that's it. And that's the reason. And I'll even read you guys the message I put in our group chat. And this is with everybody that was involved. Let me see here. Guys, I'm going to be totally honest. I'm so fucking retarded. I thought May was a 30-day month, and I planned on saying it today until I looked at the calendar halfway into my stream. I'm not kidding. That's what I said to them. And so that's it. And yeah, there we go, guys. And I got you baited.
Two announcements.
Yeah, so I went live yesterday actually thinking all this shit was going to happen. But that was the real reason. And so apparently got a warning combining Twitch chat and YouTube chat saying it could be banned. Well, if I wouldn't be combining it, he gets in trouble for that because he's doing it on stream. I'm not showing it on stream. I would just be reading it so I can get the message from everybody. So yeah, do you see yourself streaming to more mobile platforms too? Maybe. Like right now, the focus, I want to just focus on just doing it on Kick and just doing that because like that's, like, I think it's very easy to go from 2 to 3 or from 3 to 4 after you've already gone from 1 to 2. I don't want to go from 1 to 4 immediately, right? I want to try this out, see how it goes, and then if people enjoy it and there's a good reception and everything, then I'll probably expand what I'm doing and do that more intelligently, right? I think that's what makes sense. Has Rumble reached out? Well, I mean, other platforms have reached out for sure. I mean, you guys, I mean, well, yeah, I've talked. I mean, you know, I've talked to Elon. You saw that, and I've talked to Chris as well. But like right now, you know, like I know the guys at Kick a lot more, and like that's probably the main reason that I did it. And also, I think that they have the partner program and everything. That's why. So yeah, it's that simple. Tecton's going to stream on 4 platforms. Yeah, and I think that more people are going to do it. And again, I feel like if somebody's going to do it, it might as well be me. Why not? Why not? Why not do it? Why not have it be me? Every single other time that I've went to do something, you know, I think it's worked, and that's it. You missed out on millions? No, I already have millions. I'm sorry. Like, it's just, I'm not I don't have expensive taste. I'm fine, man. Like, I don't need any money. I don't need any, like, just so people know, like, what I really care about a lot is being able to influence and change things in a way that I think is beneficial for me, and to be able to understand the world in a way that's accurate, and to maintain the highest degree of personal freedom that I possibly can. So everything that I do in my life is in service of those three things. And in general, like, not in order,
That's
like
good.
personal freedom is number one. And so whenever I talk about like I was rich whenever I was broke, because I didn't have to fucking do anything. I could do whatever the hell I wanted. And so that's what I really cared about it in general, right? So yeah. Let's see back over here. And
it's
the
actually
difference
a
between
good
you and small
analogy.
millionaires is you aren't terrified of losing your fortune. Otherwise, you'd be milking everything in sight. Well, of course, I don't. Oh, by the way, I don't criticize and I don't hate on anybody for trying to make money and trying to make a living. I'm not critical for anybody on that. It's not an issue at all. I don't think myself above them in any capacity. I don't talk down about people that have expensive tastes or like making money. That's not a big deal to me, and I think if it makes you happy, you should do that. But the only thing that I can do is I can focus on what makes sense for me, right? And that's it. What about selling their body for money? Well, it's their own body. Shouldn't they have the right to do what they want with their own body? I think, of course, if you want to sell your body for money, go for it. That's fine. I mean, I'm really, like, I know this sounds crazy, but I actually believe in personal freedom. Is that weird? Yeah, that's so weird. Wow. Wow, that's so crazy. Like, I'm at a very big crossroads, and this is gonna be like, I don't want to do a big like therapy session, and that's not really what this is. But I'm just going to vocalize kind of some of my, like, some of the paths in front of me, right? The forking roads, etc. And basically, I'm in a position now where I feel like I've been extremely successful for a long time, and I've done pretty much whatever the hell I've wanted. And I've ended up doing very, very well at it. I've done better than what I thought I would. Midlife crisis? No, it's the opposite, actually. It's a midlife decision. And in terms of profession, right? Because, like, there's a lot of people, and they're, like, for example, like, I would never show my DMs, right? But if I did, you guys would see, like, I talk to all kinds of people that are, like, very well known, and, you know, like, they run successful shows and stuff like this all the time. I've been invited onto, like, mainstream media regularly. And I never really take advantage of any of those opportunities because it's just not really in my nature. And so, like, I asked myself, like, is it something that, like, I would try to do and see at least how much of this I could handle and how much of it I could do? And so I will at least try Who's the Most Famous. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I've never talked to I've never talked to a U.S. president before. Okay, I have not. I have never talked to a U.S. vice president before. So yeah. And please don't turn down Joe Rogan. I think even I would make an exception for Joe Rogan. But anyway,
Really?
So yeah, and so this has been like a big turning point for me, is that, like, I would like to do more stuff like that and elevate my content more. But my own, like, the biggest weakness that I have as an individual is the fact that, like, I am just simply not that kind of a person. And so I'm trying to figure out and, like, make a way that I can do that makes sense for me personally, that doesn't at the same time cause me a lot of stress and you know, anxiety. And so, like, I'm a very antisocial person, and that's the issue. And also, I stream every single day. So that has been on Twitch. They'll probably, whenever they'll post about it, and I'll do it later on. It's not a big deal. I'll probably link it and everything like that. So yeah, would you tell us if you were going on Joe Rogan? It depends on if he wanted me to or not. Like, I mean, sometimes he might have wanted to keep the episode a secret. I don't know if he wants to do that or not. So I'd probably just ask him. I'd do whatever he'd wanted, obviously. So yeah, what's the point of not your regular audience unless you think it's fun? What's the point? Yeah, exactly, right? And so Streamer University got mentioned on JRE. Yeah, I watched that before. And yeah. Oh my God, you do stream every day? I never have to say no to the question, is Asmon streaming today? Well, do you think that streaming every day can have a negative impact on your real life social capability? Abso-fucking-lutely. Whenever I was banned for 2 weeks, I was hanging out with my friends every fucking day. We were walking down to the park. Like, we're eating barbecue outside. We're going down, like, hanging out on Lamar, like, fucking at, like, video game shops, talking to people, doing all kinds of shit. Like, you know, we're eating tacos and everything. Like, everything was great. And then as soon as I go back to streaming, like, I unironically mean this.
It all goes back.
I think that my life would actually, if I was banned from streaming, it would be like Frodo losing the One Ring. Like, it would be, yes, you don't have this massively powerful artifact, but you're also free. And I would immediately go start doing other stuff, right? Yes, I'd be finally free. And no, I'm serious. Husband's vacation? Yeah, why don't you take the weekend off? Because I also love streaming. That's the reason why. Is that even on days whenever I remember back in the day whenever I'd stream on my main account, I would stream every single day on usually both accounts because I just enjoy it. You'll be back? Yeah, exactly, I will. And so losing the ring or destroying it? Destroying it. But yeah. And isn't that contrary to you doing everything to be free? It is. And I think that there's a certain degree, like everybody, I think that there's a certain degree of dissonance. And I think that whenever I'm talking about being free, I mean really being free of the responsibilities and accountability of other people, not myself. Like, I'm not free of accountability from myself, but I am free of accountability from other people, if that makes sense. So yeah, that's the way that I felt about it. And yeah, that's pretty much what my plan is, you know, I just stream on Kick and then try that out, see how it goes, then go from there. And I think you know, there's gonna be no ads or anything like that. I'm not doing any other kind of weird stuff. The same content's gonna be on there. If I record a podcast with them, I might do that, like only exclusively on Kick, but then it would just go to YouTube anyway, so it wouldn't really matter. So yeah, that's pretty much what the plan is. And for any other content creators that are curious and you want to get insight on how to do this or how to make this work for you, you can just hit me up. Obviously, like, my DMs are open and you can just message me anywhere, right? And I can get you sorted out and help you out. Is he leaving? Absolutely not. No, like, if you like watching on here, nothing's going to change. Yeah, that's it. Never thought Kick would last, honestly. I didn't either. I originally thought that it wasn't going to go anywhere, but if I look at stream charts and I look at how Kick is done, and this was a big reason why I made the decision, to be honest with you, it's that the platform is actually growing. And obviously, like, there's a lot of accusations of, like, botting, but I'm gonna be real, guys. There's botting here on Twitch too. So I feel like you could use that for Twitch as well. So yeah, Kick has actually been growing in a pretty big way. And if you compare that to, let's say, Twitch, for example, right? And Twitch has been, I've showed this graph like 5 times, so I'm sure you guys are kind of tired about it. I apologize. But whenever this loads, it'll show that Twitch has actually been going down for a bit. And I'll go ahead and refresh it here. What's the name of your Kick channel? It's probably just, I think it's just like Asmongold. But like I set up a channel at the beginning, and so I'll be able to link it to you guys and show you later on. But yeah, you can see clearly, you know, the amount of viewership and everything has gone down massively. And ever since COVID, I mean, they're pretty much like, when was the last time they were at? Yeah, I mean, this is pretty much as bad as it was back then. And so it's gone down by a pretty big amount. And so if I compare this to Kick as well, I mean, you know, I don't want to be only, like, doesn't it seem kind of bad to be on a sinking ship? The move they made with XQC swapping back and forth has been huge, by the way. To be honest, yeah, I mean, XQC obviously made a pretty big impact, and like you can see that happening with XQC moving over. But what I really think the big thing is just the incentive for. The main thing that, I mean, this is what I would focus on, is the end user experience. And if the end user experience is good and better than your competition, you're going to have a growing platform. And if the end user experience is not good, then you're going to have a dead platform. And the fact is that right now, Twitch spams too many ads. They have inconsistent banning. They have biased, I think biased terms of service. There are a lot of things, like you have to have turbo to be able to rewind a stream. What the fuck? Like, it's just crazy. And so anyway, completely agree. Yeah, exactly. And so I don't want to be on a sinking ship. And that's why I think it's important to make sure that I have a couple of other boats. And so if you want something done, do it yourself. We're doing it ourselves. That's it. And also, is gambling in the deal? People ask a lot about that because of, you know, like Stake being connected to Kick. Absolutely, unequivocally, without any question, without a doubt, 100%, absolutely not. No. Literally no. And so, like, yeah, that's it. And also, like, by the way, I have no interest in doing it. I'm sure I could have signed a contract and gotten paid a lot more money to do that. Like, I have been offered, I'll just tell you, I've been offered 9-figure deals to do gambling sponsors. Like, that means like $10 million and more. I just turned them down. I don't want to do it. Yeah. I just didn't want to do it. That's the reason why. Like,
big W, yo. Good.
Oh, is that 8? Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. Not 9. Okay. We have our juicer maybe got a 9-figure deal for something like that, but I don't even think his has gambling. But otherwise, no. Okay, it was 8-figure deal. Yeah, excuse me. I got them confused. Yeah, and that was it. And it's called having integrity. No, it's just it's not even me having integrity. Like, I'm not even gonna try to high road about this. I just didn't want to. That's the I just didn't want to. Like, that was it. Yeah, I just didn't want to do it. It's that simple. It's nothing else, right? I mean, what do you want to say? And yeah, there you go. You gonna do ironic kick? Yeah, maybe. And at me counting fingers? Yeah, no, absolutely not. And actual W? Yeah, sure. And that's it. Sponsorships are, yeah, you see, now you understand me. Sponsorships are obligations. And so that's currently the plan. And yeah. Laziness is the ultimate roach defense mechanism against bad headlines? Yes, it is.
Let's talk about our favorite flags.
Oh, like overall, what my favorite flag? Yeah, Hezbollah. Look it up. Oh. I'm not even kidding. It's actually
Hassan gets asked what his favorite flag is on the first day of Pride Month.
Let's talk about our favorite flags.
Oh, like overall, what my favorite flag? Yeah, Hezbollah. Look it up.
Oh.
I'm not even kidding. It's actually
even Will is like, oh no. Oh no, he's doing this. Oh shit.
Just to fully visualize what is happening, they are celebrating Pride and have a flag on the desk, while one of the co-hosts is also gay. So let's ask, how does Hezbollah treat the LGBT plus community? Hassan Nasrallah, head of Hezbollah, those who commit this act, even if they do it once, are to be killed.
I can't believe I'm calling Nasrallah base. I mean, listen, you might not agree with his methods.
Yeah, there might be someone who doesn't agree. Right across the desk.
Ah, shit.
A dope flag.
I don't know flag.
It's got an AK on it and a fucking hand holding it up.
Wow. Son.
Or.
We might have to cut this. This looks like a brand of mustard. This is your favorite one?
We're behind the paywall. It's fine.
Let's talk about our favorite.
Like overall, what my favorite flag? Yeah, Hezbollah.
I have to give it to him. He's kind of interesting to hear his dumb shit every time.
I was going to talk a little bit about that with multi-streaming.
Your transports are ready to launch.
Structural damage detected.
little sleepy, so I'm gonna call it here. Have a good one. Take care and peace out, guys. PowerXL.